Chapter 21:11, Escape. After that, Hanli clasped his hands behind his back and waited in silence. After the span of just a few breaths, specks of light flashed in the distant sky. Spatial fluctuations erupted several hundred feet away, and a ball of pink light and a cloud of black chi had appeared in unison. A giant floral tree projection emerged amid the pink light, and Bao Hua and Hei Yi were revealed. Meanwhile, the ball of black chi transformed into the black-robed young man that was sacred ancestor Yuan Yen. As soon as they appeared, they began to carefully appraise Hanli. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar look flashed through Bao Hua's eyes, and she smiled as she said, "You were quickly closing in on the 3-day deadline, so I was concerned that something had happened to you, but it seems that my concerns were unwarranted. I can see that you've benefited immensely from the spirit cleansing pond. I think you're far more concerned about the spirit medicine in my possession than you are about me," Hanli replied with a calm smile. "Is there a difference? If you had been trapped in the spirit cleansing pond, then the spirit medicine would be completely out of my grasp," Bao Hua replied in a nonchalant manner. "Cut the chit-chat. You've emerged from the spirit cleansing pond, so it's time to hand over the spirit medicine. Otherwise, I'll have to take it from you by force," the black-robed young man threatened with a menacing look in his eyes. "Rest assured, I don't intend to revoke my promise." Hanli smiled as he flipped a hand over to produce a pair of jade boxes, which he tossed toward the pair of devilish patriarchs without any hesitation. Both Bao Hua and Yuan Yen immediately reached out to draw their respective jade box into their grasp, and the latter immediately removed the lid from his jade box with unbridled excitement on his face. His expression of excitement was then instantly replaced by one of ecstasy as he caught sight of the spirit medicine in the box. I've been trying to grow a devil refining herb for tens of thousands of years to no avail. Who would have thought that I would obtain one under these circumstances? Hold on, what have you left on this spirit medicine?" All of a sudden, Yuan Yan's elated laughter came to an abrupt halt as a furious look appeared on his face. Bao Hua had also just inspected her spirit medicine with her spiritual sense, and the smile on her face had also vanished as she asked in a bone-chilling voice, "What is the meaning of this, fellow Daoist Han? Do you think your little tricks will be able to escape our notice?" Both of the devilish patriarchs immediately began to appraise Hanli with animosity in their eyes. Hanli remained completely unfazed by this, and he said in an unhurried manner, "Before we discuss anything else, let me ask you this, are the spirit medicines in the boxes authentic?" The spirit medicines are indeed authentic, but don't tell me you haven't tampered with them," Yuan Yen said in a cold voice. "I believe you owe us an explanation, fellow Daoist Han. Otherwise, we won't let you leave this island," Bao Hua also chimed in with a dark expression. "The spirit medicines are authentic and I've handed them over to you, so I've fulfilled my initial promise," Hanli continued in a calm manner. "So what? Do you think you'll be able to talk your way out of this by playing these word games?" Sacred ancestor Yuan Yen stepped forward with a furious expression, and a burst of astonishing baleful qi erupted from his body, causing the entire sky to tremor violently. The two devilish lords were on the verge of escalating this into a physical altercation. "I have no intention of playing any word games. I haven't left any complex restrictions on the two spirit medicines, I've only left 2 temporary wisps of spiritual sense with them. It won't be long before these wisps of spiritual sense dissipate on their own, and they won't harm the spirit medicines in any way," Hanli replied in a calm manner. Bao Hua inspected her spirit medicine once again to find that Hanli was telling the truth, and her expression eased slightly as she asked, "What do you intend to accomplish by doing this?" "I can't afford to gamble with my own life and simply believe that you'll let me leave after I hand over the spirit medicines to you. Hence, I had to resort to this plan. If I can leave this place safely, the spirit medicines will naturally remain completely unharmed. However, if you show any signs of breaking your end of the promise, the wisps of spiritual sense will immediately self-detonate, only the heavens can decide whether the spirit medicines will remain unscathed then, Hanli replied. You dare to threaten me? Yuan Yan's fury was fueled even further upon hearing this. I wouldn't dare to do that, I'm only looking out for my own best interests. Once I emerge from the sea of lightning, the wisps of spiritual sense will immediately dissipate. Rest assured, I wouldn't detonate them to harm the spirit medicines to spite you, as doing so would only earn me 2 powerful sworn enemies without reaping me any benefits, Hanli replied calmly. You think a mere wisp of your spiritual sense can destroy these spirit medicines? These are extraordinarily rare spirit medicines that even flying swords would struggle to damage, Bao Hu harumphed coldly. That may be the case, but I'm betting that neither of you would dare to take this risk. Besides, do you think the wisps of spiritual sense I've left with these spirit medicines are just normal spiritual sense? Hanli countered with a meaningful smile. Bao Hua and Yuan Yan's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. To Hanli's surprise, the furious Yuan Yan suddenly reverted back to a calm expression, and said in a cold voice, Well done, it's been close to 100,000 years since I've had my hands and feet bound like this. Piss off, but if you dare to harm this devil refining herb even in the slightest, I'll show you what it feels like to wish you've never been born. Hanli was quite amazed by Yuan Yan's acting skills, but his expression remained unchanged as he turned toward Bao Hua for her verdict. I also agree to this. Just like you said, I wouldn't dare to risk having this spirit medicine damaged, but if this wisp of spiritual sense still hasn't dissipated after you've left the Sea of Lightning, then don't blame me for coming after you, Bao Hua said in an expressionless manner. Alright, then I'll be taking my leave now, Hanli said as he cupped his fist in a farewell salute, then immediately flew away as a streak of azure light. After just a few flashes, he had vanished into the distance, leaving the trio of devilish beings behind. Mistress Bao Hua, should I follow him? Hei Yi asked in a careful manner. There's no need for that. That man's spiritual sense is almost comparable to that of myself and fellow Taoist Yuan Yan, so there's no way you'll be able to fool him with your concealment techniques, Bao Hua replied with a shake of her head. When did you become such a coward? The black-robed young man said as he rolled his eyes in a disdainful manner. Why don't you go ahead and follow him then? You'll have my undying admiration, Bao Hua replied in a cold voice. My most trusted subordinate isn't by my side. Otherwise, there's no way I'd let him leave so easily, the black-robed young man spat through gritted teeth. You're talking about that Ing Cha, right? So you're saying you'd dare to take the risk if she were here? Bao Hua asked as a derisive look flashed through her eyes. You're right, I wouldn't dare to take the risk anyway with the devil refining herb at stake, the black-robed young man conceded with a wry smile. The same goes for me as well. He's determined that there's no way we'd dare to gamble with these spirit medicines, which is why he's so confident in his plan, Bao Hua replied. The black-robed young man nodded in response before a skeptical look appeared on his face. I have no issues with allowing him to get away. But there aren't any issues with the spiritual sense he's left on these spirit medicines, right? Have you discovered something amiss? Bao Hua asked. No. If I had, I wouldn't have let him leave, Yuan Yan replied after a brief hesitation. I haven't discovered anything, either. Seeing as neither of us have detected anything, I'm sure there's nothing special about these wisps of spiritual sense. Let's just wait until he leaves the Sea of Lightning, Bao Hua sighed. However, Yuan Yan still seemed to be unwilling to give up, and he suddenly asked, with your powers, how confident are you in your ability to remove the wisp of spiritual sense? I still haven't fully recovered my magic power, but if it's only a normal wisp of spiritual sense, then there's a roughly 60% chance that I'll be able to eradicate it before it self-detonates, Bao Hua replied. It's over 80% for me, but I still wouldn't dare to take the risk, Yuan Yan sighed in a resigned manner. Bao Hua smiled in response, yet just as she was about to say something else, an elderly voice rang out in both of their ears in unison. Seeing as neither of you dare to take the risk, then let me do the honors in your place. I'll be taking all of his other spirit medicines. That voice belongs to Nye Pan. Bao Hua and Yuan exclaimed in unison upon hearing this. 1. While this probably wasn't the technique used here, the chapter still reminded me of it. Chapter 21:12. Encountering the foe immortal elixir again in the next instant, the elderly voice abruptly cut off. I should have known that he would come here to take a look, sacred ancestor Yuan Yen said with a dark expression. Isn't Nye Pan currently hibernating to recover from his injuries? In that case, that must have been one of his 3 clones. I wonder how long he's been here for, Bao Hua mused. He most likely only recently arrived. Otherwise, there's no way he would have been able to remain hidden from us. I'm just concerned that that human brat will think that we sent someone after him, and he'll detonate the spiritual sense on the spirit medicines in retaliation, Yuan Yen said as his brows furrowed slightly. As long as we don't pursue him in person, I'm sure he wouldn't do something so foolish, but it'll be hard to say if he finds himself in life-threatening peril. After all, it wouldn't be surprising if he were to do something insane when he's on the brink of death, Bao Hua replied. There's no way a clone of Nye Pan's would be able to pose a real threat to his life. Even if he can't defeat the clone in battle, he'll definitely be able to get away, Yuan Yen said as his expression eased slightly. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Don't forget that among the 3 devilish patriarchs, Nye Pan is the one who bears the heaviest grudge against the spirit realm. Many years ago, his Tao companion was killed by a grand ascension stage being in the spirit realm during a past sacred sacrifice, Bao Hua said with a shake of her head. I'm naturally aware of that, but his true body is currently in hibernation. Unless all 3 of his clones were to combine their powers, he won't be able to do anything to that human brat, Yuan Yen replied in a nonchalant manner. It looks like you still don't know about that thing. Nye Pan sure is good at keeping secrets, Bao Hua said as a peculiar look flashed through her eyes. What are you referring to? Yuan Yen asked as his expression darkened slightly. Many years ago, Nye Pan and I had once joined forces to kill a grand ascension stage being from another realm, and we obtained many treasures from him. Among those treasures were 2 drops of diluted heavenly fortune elixir, but they're far more efficacious than the drop that the spirit monarch possessed, and they're only around 3 times more diluted than heavenly fortune elixir. We split the 2 drops among us, and I've already used up my drop, but up until I left our holy realm, Nye Pan still had his drop, so he's most likely retained it up to this point, Bao Hua explained. So this is foe immortal elixir that's only 3 times more diluted than heavenly fortune elixir. Yuan Yen was stunned to hear this. That's right. With a drop of foe immortal elixir of that level of purity, I'm sure you know what Nye Pan's going to do to kill that Han brat, Bao Hua said in an indifferent manner. You're saying Nye Pan is going to awaken that thing? That's certainly not impossible. Even though he hasn't witnessed that human brat in battle, the fact that he was able to enter the spirit cleansing pond despite our presence is a sufficient indication of his powers, Yuan Yen said as his expression darkened slightly. You and I are both aware that aside from the reason we gave in to that Han brat, the main reason we haven't destroyed the bitter spirit island is because we're wary of that thing. There are only several types of legendary treasures that can be used to awaken that foe immortal puppet, and heavenly fortune elixir just so happens to be one of the most effective ones. A drop of foe immortal elixir that's 1/3 as efficacious will be enough to buy 2 attacks from it, Bao Hua said. 2 attacks. That thing's not restricted by the world's origin chi in this area. If that human brat doesn't use his profound heavenly treasure to protect himself, just a single attack will be more than enough to kill him, the black-robed young man exclaimed. You seem very concerned about him, Bao Hua remarked with a smile. You make it sound like you're not concerned. What if he detonates our spirit medicines before he dies? Yuan Yen snapped. If that thing really does get awakened, do you think that Han brat will have time to think about detonating his spiritual sense? He'll be far too busy thinking about how to save his own life. As long as we don't appear near him, our spirit medicines won't even enter his mind, and if he manages to survive using his profound heavenly treasure, he'll have no reason to destroy our spirit medicines, so all we have to do is wait here, Bao Hua said in a confident manner. The black-robed young man thought about this for a moment before nodding in response. That does make sense. Han Li was flying rapidly through the sea of lightning with his 72 small azure swords flying around him, arcs of golden lightning coursing over his body, and his two extreme mountains shielding him like a pair of giant umbrellas from above. Even though he didn't have his companions by his side, he was exiting the sea of lightning almost twice as fast as he had entered it, and this was naturally a result of everyone concealing their true powers while entering the sea of lightning. Furthermore, after undergoing that complete transformation in the spirit cleansing pond, his physical body alone was powerful enough to withstand the sea of lightning for some time. After a while, a hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face. The edge of the sea of lightning wasn't far away, and he took a deep breath as he accelerated to fly out of the sea of lightning, but right at this moment, the rumbling thunderclaps around him suddenly ceased, and the countless bolts of lightning crashing down from above abruptly parted in a miraculous scene. All of a sudden, no more bolts of lightning were raining down from above, but a terrifying aura was emanating from the dark clouds up above alongside a vast expanse of scintillating silver lightning. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately stopped before looking up at the silver light with a wary expression. Blue light was flashing within his eyes, and after the span of just a few breaths, the silver lightning up above faded, and a mountainous creature appeared. The creature was of a shimmering golden color and had arcs of lightning coursing all over its body. It was none other than that golden crab. There was currently a golden-robed middle-aged man standing atop one of the golden crab's giant pincers. The middle-aged also had golden skin and a pair of deep-set green eyes that gave off a sinister appearance. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the middle-aged man, only to discover that he was unable to detect his exact cultivation base, and that made him even warier about the situation. Chapter 21:13 Might of the Sacred Crab. Han Li knew that the golden crab would definitely be extremely powerful, but he didn't think that its attack would be so fast and fearsome. The golden scissors had reached him without giving off any spatial fluctuations, so it would be impossible for him to evade. With the fearsome power that the golden scissors had displayed, no defensive treasure would stand a chance against it. In this dire situation, Han Li immediately let loose a loud cry as he raised the arm in which the profound heavenly spirit/sword was sealed, and dark green runes surged over his skin as his arm transformed into the sword before being slashed through the air, unleashing a huge green sword projection. At the same time, Han Li flipped his other hand over, and his skin instantly turned a purplish golden color. He spread his fingers open, and a burst of 5-colored glacial flames surged forth, forming a 5-colored ice shield before him. Simultaneously, gray light erupted from his body as the divine essence-fused light also formed a light barrier around him. After that, he quickly opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames that shot forth toward the oncoming attack. A resounding boom rang out, followed by a loud crack. The golden light on one side was able to break through the azure sword projection, but it was repelled by the arm that was covered in green spiritual symbols while the arm itself remained completely unscathed. However, the golden light on the other side was able to slice through the 5-colored ice shield and gray light barrier with ease. It was slowed down slightly by the silver fireball, but then reached Han Li in a flash and tore through the protective spiritual light around him as if it didn't even exist. The two halves of Han Li's body plummeted down from the heavens, and the golden light swept forth to shred them into scraps of blood and flesh that rained down from above. The golden-robed man immediately burst into raucous laughter. "Ha, I had thought that you'd be able to put up a decent fight, but you're nothing special. To think that Bao Hua and Yuan Yan were forced to comply to you, they sure have become useless during my absence." Right at this moment, the golden crab said something that immediately cut off the golden-robed man's laughter. The first attack was unable to kill the target, now unleashing the second attack. As soon as the voice trailed off, the giant golden crab raised two of its huge pincers upward in unison. Layers of golden runes then surged out of his body in a frenzy before forming a giant ball of runes that had a diameter of over 1,000 feet. The mass of the ball was astonishing, and it was glowing with scintillating golden light. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted over 1,000 feet away, and an azure-robed humanoid figure appeared. It was none other than Hanli, and his face paled as he cast his gaze toward the golden ball of runes. The golden-robed man faltered slightly upon seeing this before immediately realizing what had happened. "So you possess a treasure that was able to die in your stead. You're a lucky rascal, but this next attack will end your life anyway." Hanli completely disregarded the golden-robed man's gloating and continued to appraise the golden ball of runes with a dark expression. Even though he had managed to withstand half of the first attack with his profound heavenly spirit/sword, the other half of the attack was able to tear through his defenses with ease. If he hadn't used his blood essence to activate that tribulation transcendent substitution puppet refined from the weeping spirit blood wood, he would have at least been severely wounded, if not killed on the spot by that attack. This golden ball of runes that the golden crab had conjured up was clearly more powerful than its first attack, so Hanli had no choice but to unleash his most powerful life-saving techniques. He let loose a low roar as he made a hand seal, and his body expanded drastically in size. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall, and at the same time, his provenance true devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light. He then laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a golden nascent soul that was around half a foot tall appeared. The nascent soul wore a grim expression as it chanted an incantation, following which several true spirit projections emerged amid a burst of scintillating light. All of the projections, including the provenance true devil projection, rose up into the air before converging toward the nascent soul. Brilliant golden light erupted amid a resounding boom, and the giant ape instantly began to shrink, transforming into a tall and broad humanoid figure that was around the same height as the average grown man. The humanoid figure's entire body was of a shimmering golden color, and the entirety of its skin was covered in a layer of golden scales. There was a single azure horn on its head, and an inky black demonic eye on its glabella. It was still Hanli, but in this form, he gave off a very unsettling appearance, and there was bright bluish golden light flashing incessantly within his eyes. In the next instant, another golden head appeared on his shoulder amid a flash of golden light, and this was accompanied by a pair of shimmering golden arms that sprouted from beneath his ribs. He had undergone the second nirvana transformation to adopt an extremely fearsome-looking devil form. "Holy nirvana physique," the golden-robed man exclaimed with incredulity upon seeing this. By the time he had arrived at the Bitter Spirit Island, Hanli had already entered the spirit cleansing pond, so he had no idea that Hanli had also cultivated the holy nirvana physique. On top of that, he was even capable of undergoing the second nirvana transformation, and that was naturally quite astonishing to the Nyepan clone. However, the giant golden crab paid no heed to either of them and unleashed its attack. It abruptly brought two of its giant pincers together to clamp down onto the giant ball of runes, then hurled it toward Hanli with devastating might. Hanli's two heads chuckled coldly in unison as he raised his dark green arm, and in the next instant, countless dark green runes surged out of his arm before forming a dark green sword projection. The sword projection was only around 3 feet in length, and Hanli grabbed onto it before slashing it toward the golden ball of runes without any hesitation. Due to the cultivation base and time constraints, Hanli was still unable to unleash the profound heavenly spirit/sword's true power, but this sword projection was still far more powerful than the average divine spirit treasure. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted in the distance, and a humanoid figure stumbled out of thin air. It was none other than Hanli, who had already undone his holy nirvana physique. At this moment, his face was completely devoid of color, and his azure robes were charred black and hanging off his body in tatters. The dark green patterns on the arm in which the profound heavenly spirit/sword was sealed had completely vanished, but the faint green sword mark on his skin was still far more visible than it normally was. On top of that, his aura was significantly diminished, clearly indicating that he had to expend a lot of energy to withstand that last attack. A vicious look immediately returned to the golden-robed man's face, and he clenched his fists before abruptly vanishing on the spot. As for the giant golden crab, it didn't immediately go back into hibernation after unleashing that second attack, but it merely hovered in mid-air in a completely still manner, displaying no intention to attack again. Hanli had only just managed to steady himself, but he still managed to detect what the golden-robed man was doing, and he immediately transformed into a 5-colored phoenix that was around 10 feet in length. The phoenix flapped its wings, and 5-colored light surged out of its body in a frenzy as it disappeared into thin air. In the next instant, 2 massive black devilish hands emerged around the space where the phoenix had just been a moment ago, and the hands clapped together violently, causing the entire space within an area of around an acre to tremor and twist violently. Immediately thereafter, a Fian celestial-like figure that was over 300 feet tall appeared nearby amid a burst of surging black chi. It was none other than the golden-robed man, who had undergone devilification. Not only had his body swelled to several tens of times its original size, black scales had appeared all over his skin, and a single azure horn had appeared on his head. His appearance and aura were both very similar to when Hanli had unleashed his first nirvana transformation. The golden-robed man seemed to be rather surprised that Hanli had managed to evade his attack, but he immediately harumphed coldly as he said, "I didn't think that you'd still have enough power to flee into space. Even though you had to rely on this phoenix transformation, I still must commend you for this." As soon as his voice trailed off, Hanli appeared amid a flash of 5-colored light above the golden crab, then reverted back to his human form. However, following that transformation, his aura had weakened slightly yet again. A peculiar look appeared in his eyes as he appraised the golden-robed man, then said in a calm voice, "From the sounds of it, you must be a powerful being who stands at the very pinnacle of the elder devil realm. Among the devilish patriarchs, I've yet to encounter Lu Ji and Nia Pan. I've heard that Lu Ji is a woman, while Nia Pan is the only one who has attained full mastery of the holy nirvana physique. As such, your identity is quite obvious. However, you're only slightly more powerful than a late body integration stage, so I assume you're only a clone." I didn't think that someone aside from me would be able to cultivate the holy nirvana physique to the second nirvana transformation, especially at only the body integration stage. However, you've already been severely wounded after withstanding 2 attacks from the sacred crab, so there's no way you'll be able to escape from me. Surrender and I'll grant you a painless death, the golden-robed man harumphed coldly. Immediately thereafter, a vast expanse of black light erupted from his body, which began to expand again at an incredible rate. In the blink of an eye, he had grown to over 1,000 feet tall, and the devilish chi erupting from his body was surging directly into the heavens. Hanli's expression changed slightly as he made a grabbing motion, upon which a black bracelet appeared in his grasp. It was none other than the spirit beast bracelet that was filled with gold-devouring beetles. Hanli's spiritual sense was currently still as powerful as ever, so he would be able to control his gold-devouring beetles and purple-striped gold-devouring beetles. On top of that, he still had the golden body, spirit body, and leopard Kirin beast up his sleeve, so he would still stand a good chance against this sacred ancestor Nia Pan clone even after he had unleashed his holy nirvana physique. As such, Hanli was still quite calm. However, a thought suddenly occurred to him, and he paused momentarily before asking, "Sacred ancestor Nia Pan was able to get you to attack twice by offering that faux immortal elixir to you. Would I be able to offer you something in exchange for your assistance as well?" "Of course. Regardless of who it is, as long as you can offer me something I need, I'll be willing to help you," the golden crab immediately replied. Hanli was ecstatic to hear this. Even though he was still very skeptical about whether the green liquid produced by the mysterious small vial was heavenly fortune elixir, it certainly couldn't hurt to try it in this situation. However, before he had a chance to do anything, the golden-robed man suddenly burst into raucous laughter again. "Ha, keep dreaming, brat. How could you possibly have anything that the sacred crab requires? I'll end your life to spare you the disappointment of rejection." Immediately thereafter, the golden-robed man swept a massive sleeve toward Hanli, and black light flashed within his sleeve, following which a burst of thick black light that was in the form of a sharp spike appeared over 100 feet away from Hanli without any warning. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly, and as opposed to taking evasive measures, he summoned his golden body amid a flash of golden light, and it lashed out toward the oncoming spike with its 6 arms in unison. A resounding boom rang out as a ball of piercing golden light exploded in front of the golden body, sending powerful shockwaves sweeping in all directions. The golden body's 6 arms tremored before shattering all at once, but the burst of black light had also been repelled. Blue light flashed within Hanli's eyes, and he was able to identify the projectile as a small section of an inky black fingernail that was around a foot in length. As soon as the fingernail was repelled, it immediately began to hurtle toward Hanli again. Golden light flashed, and the golden body's 6 arms instantly regenerated before it unleashed a series of golden fist projections. The fist projections formed a golden barrier that kept the black fingernail at bay, not allowing it to approach Hanli. The golden-robed man was rather surprised to see this, but his expression then instantly darkened as he swept his sleeve through the air again to unleash more fingernails. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hanli raised a hand as he yelled, "This is my offering." Immediately thereafter, he reached into his own chest before withdrawing his hand like lightning. A drop of green liquid had appeared on his fingertip, and he immediately flicked it downward as a ball of green light. The golden crab focused its gaze on the drop of green liquid and immediately opened its mouth to release a burst of golden light, which instantly drew the drop of liquid into its mouth. As soon as the giant crab tasted the drop of liquid, its eyes abruptly widened. At this point, the other black fingernails had also reached Hanli, and they were hurtling toward him like a series of flying swords. However, Hanli had immediately released his spirit body after flicking that drop of green liquid downward, and the spirit body had joined forces with the golden body to keep the fingernails at bay, but they were clearly being forced onto the back foot. Meanwhile, the golden-robed man flipped a hand over to produce a giant white bone flag with countless skulls embedded into its surface. Hanli didn't know what type of devilish treasure the flag was, but he certainly didn't want to test it out. He didn't know if the mysterious green liquid could satisfy the golden crab's requirements, but he immediately yelled, "Help me kill this clone." In the next instant, the giant golden crab gave a reply that allowed Hanli to heave a massive sigh of relief. "The offering you have given me can be exchanged for 3 attacks from me. This is the first attack." The golden crab brought 2 of its giant pincers together in an unhurried manner as it spoke. The golden-robed man was stunned to hear this, and he immediately began to panic at the sight of what the golden crab was doing. He had witnessed the golden crab's power on several occasions, and he knew that it was definitely far too fearsome for a mere clone of his to oppose. As such, his expression changed drastically as he tossed his giant flag forward, then stomped a foot down onto the mid-air before rushing back as a gust of black wind. Almost as soon as he did this, 4 massive streaks of golden light appeared on either side of the bone flag, then sliced it into several pieces amid a loud crack. "This is the second attack." The giant crab's voice was still as indifferent as ever as it opened its mouth to expel a pillar of golden light. The pillar of light was as thick as a water tank, and its speed was virtually indescribable in Hanli's eyes. It reached the golden-robed figure in a flash, then passed through his body before he could even begin to react. Chapter 21:15 Daoisya. The golden-robed man gave an anguished howl as a massive hole appeared in his abdomen, but such a wound still wasn't enough to kill him. His face was twisted with agony, but he immediately made a hand seal before pressing his hand toward the wound. Before his hand had even come into contact with his own body, a burst of black chi had begun to emerge from his palm, clearly indicating that he was planning to administer self-treatment. However, in the next instant, countless specks of golden light suddenly appeared within the wound, and the golden-robed man let loose a thunderous roar of despair upon seeing this, but it was already too late. The specks of light instantly transformed into golden threads, then shot forth in all directions. In the blink of an eye, countless holes had been punched into the golden-robed man's body, following which he crumbled away into countless scraps of flesh and blood that rained down from the heavens. The golden crab's powers were truly unfathomable. It had slain the Nyepan clone with ease even without using the third attack. Even the clone's nascent soul hadn't managed to escape the ravaging golden threads. Han Li released his spiritual sense as blue light flashed through his eyes, and he heaved a long sigh of relief after ascertaining that no fragments of the clone's soul had escaped. He then cast his gaze down toward the giant golden crab as a hesitant look appeared on his face. "I've already unleashed 2 attacks, and I still owe you 1 attack. If you need it now, you can come back to me at a later date. However, I can only remain here, so you'll have to lure your enemy to this place before I can attack them," the golden crab said in an indifferent voice as the golden light radiating from its body dimmed slightly. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before asking, "Why are you unable to leave this place?" "Without sufficient immortal spiritual power, I won't be able to move much before I run out of energy," the golden crab explained. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "What are you referring to when you say immortal spiritual power?" "I'm referring to the energy of heaven and earth imbued within your offerings. I only agree to lend my assistance to those who can offer me things that contain this type of power. I'm a puppet, so every single move I make expends immortal spiritual power. As such, I keep half of the immortal spiritual power within the offerings I receive as compensation," the golden crab replied. A thought suddenly occurred to Han Li, and he asked, "I see. Are you a faux immortal puppet? I can see that you've attained intelligence, so it would only be right of me to refer to you as a fellow Daoist. May I ask how long that drop of heavenly fortune liquid that I gave you will be able to fuel you?" "I am a faux immortal puppet that was refined in the upper realm, and I came to this realm due to an accident. My former master perished during that accident, and after many years, I was able to attain a hint of autonomous spiritual nature. The elixir that you gave me isn't true heavenly fortune elixir, but it's half as efficacious as the real thing, and it's the purest elixir that I've been offered since arriving in this realm. That drop of faux immortal elixir can support me for 2 months. Of course, that's under the assumption that I don't have to face anyone in battle during that time. Otherwise, it'll only be able to support me for a few attacks," the golden crab replied. "I see, so you're stuck here purely due to insufficient energy," Han Li said in a contemplative manner. "You can say that. I chose to remain here as this place has the greatest abundance of spiritual qi in this entire realm, so I can hibernate here without expending any energy. Once I accumulate enough immortal spiritual power, perhaps I'll be able to return to the upper realm," the golden crab said. "When you say upper realm, you're referring to the true immortal realm, right?" Han Li asked. "That's right. You lower realm beings refer to it as the true immortal realm, but those from the true immortal realm refer to it as the upper realm," the golden crab replied. "Looks like your former master had to have been a true immortal to possess a puppet as powerful as you. Would you be willing to follow me for some time if I can provide you with enough energy?" Han Li suddenly asked. The golden crab was silent for a long while upon hearing this before replying, "I wouldn't be opposed to that if you can offer me a drop of faux immortal liquid of that level of purity every month. However, you'll have to offer me additional compensation if you want me to assist you in battle. On top of that, I'll leave once I accumulate enough energy, and you're not allowed to try and stop me. How much time would it take you to accumulate enough immortal spiritual power?" Hanli asked after a brief hesitation. My immortal spiritual power conversion component has been severely damaged, so I'll only be able to convert 1 drop of that faux immortal liquid at most per month. If you can offer me 1 drop of elixir per month, I should accumulate enough after just over 1,000 years, the golden crab replied. 1,000 years, eh? Hee, alright, I'll give you 1 drop of that faux immortal liquid per month, so come with me, Hanli said with a smile. Alright, but if you're unable to provide an offering for any month, I'll view that as a transgression and kill you on the spot, the golden crab said in a forthright manner. Hanli hesitated momentarily upon hearing this, then gritted his teeth and nodded in response. You have yourself a deal. In that case, we can sign the temporary agreement right away, the golden crab replied as golden runes appeared all over its body again. Immediately thereafter, it opened its mouth to expel a dark green stone slab that was around 4 feet in size, which hovered directly over to Hanli. Hanli was rather wary of the stone slab, but it merely hovered on the spot without doing anything else, and only then did Hanli cast his gaze toward it. In doing so, he discovered that there was beveled silver text flashing on the stone slab, and after carefully reading through it, he discovered this to be in agreement with the terms that the golden crab had just stipulated. If you have no issues with this agreement, then just expel some blood essence onto it to seal the deal, the golden crab prompted. Hanli was quite relieved to hear this and immediately agreed. If the golden crab had asked for a fragment of his spiritual sense or something like that, he'd have to reconsider in fear of being plotted against by some unknown restriction, but blood essence was no issue at all. Thus, Hanli expelled a mouthful of blood essence, and as soon as it came into contact with the stone slab, it transformed into several unknown crimson runes that vanished into the stone slab in a flash. Chapter 21:16, Change of Plans. Should I go and take a look, Mistress Bao Hua? Hei asked. Bao Hua hesitated momentarily upon hearing this before shaking her head in response. There's no need for that, it doesn't really matter to me what situation he's currently in. Seeing as I've obtained the spirit medicine I'm searching for, I'm going to leave the devilish origin sea right away, then find a safe place to refine the medicine into a pill in order to recover my former powers. Alright, then let's leave this place right away. Both Master Yuan Yen and Master Nye Pan have already seen you here, so it would be dangerous to stay here any longer. Having said that, once you recover your former powers, you won't have to fear anyone, Hei said with an excited expression. If this mistress of his could return to the height of her powers, his status as her most trusted subordinate would also be elevated significantly. Have you had a chance to do what I asked of you? Bao Hua asked. Rest assured, mistress, I've already planted a bloodline mark on that 3-headed WIRM. I won't be able to sense its exact location through that mark, but I'll immediately be able to sense it if it comes within 500 kilometers of me, Hei immediately replied. Well done. That 3-headed WIRM possesses the evil dragon bloodline just like you, and it's Yuan Yan's bonded devilish beast, so there's no way they'll be separated under normal circumstances. If Yuan Yan tries to unleash a sneak attack on me in the future, there's no way I won't be able to detect him, Bao Hua praised with a faint smile. It's all thanks to the secret technique that you bestowed upon me, mistress. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been able to fool Master Yuan Yan, Hei chuckled in response. This secret technique can only be used on beings with the same bloodline, and Yuan Yan's spiritual sense is restricted on the Bitter Spirit Island, so it's no surprise that he didn't notice anything. Alright, let's depart from this place now. Bao Hua made a hand seal as she spoke, and a pink floral tree projection appeared behind her before rapidly expanding in size. In the blink of an eye, both of them were completely inundated by pink light. Immediately thereafter, the giant floral tree projection disintegrated into specks of pink light, and Bao Hua and Hei were nowhere to be seen. Thus, peace and quiet returned to the Bitter Spirit Island. 7 days later, a pair of high-grade devilish beings arrived on the Bitter Spirit Island. One of them was a man who appeared to be in his 30s wearing a suit of azure devilish armor, giving off a very imposing appearance. He was accompanied by an elderly woman with wrinkly skin that was covered in liver spots, and she was holding a cane with a crane head-shaped handle. The two of them hovered in the air above the valley, inspecting their surroundings as if they were searching for something. A short while later, the elderly woman harumphed coldly as she pointed her cane downward, and a patch of ground down below suddenly collapsed to reveal a giant crater that was several tens of feet in diameter. So Bao Hua really did come here. I can sense her residual aura. We can't let her get away this time, the elderly woman said in a very unpleasant grating voice. You still haven't been able to set aside that grudge for all these years. No wonder your cultivation base hasn't improved in the slightest, the burly azure-armored man sighed. The elderly woman immediately flared up with rage upon hearing this. You make it sound so easy. If it weren't for that wretch, how would I have been struck in this old wrinkly body with no chance of ever reaching the grand ascension stage? Have you forgotten about all those clones of yours that she destroyed? Contrary to the man's imposing appearance, he had a very calm demeanor, and he said, What's the point in mentioning something like this? You're only spoiling your own mental state. That's true, our priority is to find Bao Hua, so it's best not to be distracted by other matters. Thus, the two of them flew away as a pair of streaks of light. An azure wooden boat was traveling in a stable manner over a turbulent sea. At the front of the boat stood an azure-robed young man with his hands clasped behind his back, peering into the distant ocean. This was none other than Hanli, who had already arrived at the edge of the devilish origin sea. With the large number of pills at his disposal, he had recovered from most of his injuries. However, he had been forced to use his second nirvana transformation and profound heavenly spirit/sword, as well as to withstand two of the golden crab's attacks, so he wouldn't be able to recover to his peak without at least half a year of rest and recuperation. Thankfully, this wasn't an issue as he had the golden crab by his side, so he wouldn't have to fear anyone aside from the devilish patriarchs. However, after obtaining this faux immortal puppet, he had changed his mind about leaving the Elder Devil Realm right away. He had only been able to enter the Elder Devil Realm by taking advantage of the devilish tribulation. Once the devilish tribulation concluded, it would be very difficult for him to enter the Elder Devil Realm again even if he were to progress to the Grand Ascension stage. As such, after some extensive consideration, he decided to stay in the Elder Devil Realm to obtain some treasures of interest before departing. The treasures in question were naturally none other than bloodtooth rice, and the crystalline beads within the mysterious pieces of foreign devilish metal. One of those two things could enhance his physical constitution while the other could rapidly bolster his magic power, so they were both extremely valuable to him. On top of that, according to the information that he had gathered, both of those things could be found in the same place. Blue Waterfall Lake. Hanli murmured to himself as a hint of yearning appeared in his eyes. After a brief moment of consideration, he flipped a hand over to release a mature gold-devouring beetle. However, the beetle was curled up into a ball and lying on his hand in a completely lifeless manner. What was even more peculiar was that silver cracks had appeared all over its body, as if it could completely shatter at any moment. Hanli appraised the beetle with furrowed brows and a contemplative look in his eyes. Meanwhile, Daoist Xia was seated with his legs crossed in the large cabin of the boat, and his eyes were tightly shut in an expressionless manner. Not far away from him sat a gorgeous yellow-robed young woman who also appeared to be meditating, but she was occasionally stealing glances at the young man with a faint flush on her face. Chapter 21:17 Death of Shui Guang. A month later, a massive stir was created in the entire Elder Devil Realm by the immortal vanquishing order that Yuan Yan had issued. Even some sacred ancestors were quite tempted by the massive reward being offered, and the target of the immortal vanquishing order was only a body integration stage human cultivator from the spirit realm, so many of the sacred ancestors sent their clones after the target, thinking that he would be easy pickings. However, there were several sacred ancestors who were on very friendly terms with Yuan Yan that received some insider information, and all of them had decided to refrain from pursuing this target. Even so, some sacred ancestor clones and body integration stage devilish lords had begun to hunt for the target in question. 2 months later, someone finally discovered Hanli near one of the major cities of the Elder Devil Realm, Jade City, and this information was reported to the 4 devilish lords in the city. Thus, the 4 devilish lords managed to intercept Hanli near the teleportation formations in the city, only to be killed by Daoist Xia with ease. The tens of thousands of devilish beings nearby were petrified upon seeing this, and Hanli was able to stroll right through them before departing using a teleportation formation. 3.5 months later, Hanli was sighted once again in a renowned perilous region of the Elder Devil Realm known as the Golden River Valley. The vastly renowned sacred ancestor Tianya sent a clone and 3 devilish lord subordinates to intercept Hanli once again. However, following a fierce battle, the sacred ancestor clone and 2 of the devilish lords perished with only a single devilish lord that was adept in movement techniques that managed to escape. News of this quickly spread, and it quickly became a hot topic on everyone's lips. Half a year later, sacred ancestor Shuaiguang and 2 of his clones arrived in a small town with many of his subordinates to confront Hanli, then unleashed astonishing powers to try and capture Hanli and his group alive. Hanli and Daoist Xia naturally retaliated, and a battle ensued. During the past half a year of recuperation, Hanli had mostly recovered, and the benefits that he had reaped from the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus really began to shine through, particularly in the form of the massive stride he had made in his provenance true devil arts. As such, Hanli immediately underwent his second nirvana transformation, displaying incredible powers that allowed him to match sacred ancestor Shuaiguang's true body in battle. Following a fierce battle that spanned a day and a night, virtually the entire town was destroyed, and countless devilish beings were killed or injured as collateral damage. However, what was most astonishing to everyone was the outcome of the battle. In the end, sacred ancestor Shuaiguang's true body had been forced to flee with severe injuries, while his clones and subordinates had all been killed. The previous 2 battles had alerted all of the devilish beings to how fearsome Daoist Xia was, but following this battle, everyone realized that Hanli was not to be messed with either. However, the true bombshell was still yet to come. Several days following the conclusion of that battle, sacred ancestor Shuaiguang's mutilated body was found in a mountain range hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the site of the battle. His head had been split open, indicating that not only had his body been severely mutilated, even his nascent soul had been forcibly captured. This created an even more massive stir throughout the entire Elder Devil Realm, and all of the sacred ancestors immediately deployed their subordinates to investigate this matter. Competition had always been encouraged in the Elder Devil Realm, and it wasn't even that uncommon to see devilish lords being killed, but it had been tens of thousands of years since a sacred ancestor was last killed. Some of the sacred ancestors suspected that Hanli and Daoist Xia were behind this, but there were more people suspecting that he had been killed by his enemies, who had taken advantage of the injuries he had sustained during the battle. As such, all of the sacred ancestors became very wary of Hanli and Daoist Xia following this incident, and none of them dared to send anyone after Hanli and his group again. After all, with the formidable powers of Hanli and Daoist Xia, deploying clones or subordinates would only be sending them to their deaths, while pursuing them in person could create chances for the enemies of these sacred ancestors to kill them. As for the ordinary devilish lords, with no sacred ancestors willing to lead the way, all of them naturally gave up as well. Thus, Hanli and his group suddenly became a bunch of hot potatoes that no one wanted to hold on to. Of course, the original immortal vanquishing order still stood, but it had become more of an empty formality than anything else. As a result, Hanli forged a resounding reputation for himself in the entire Elder Devil Realm. In a cave within the belly of a barren mountain, there sat an elderly man and a burly man. The elderly man had a pair of remarkably long eyebrows with a set of gaunt facial features, and there was an image of a menacing devilish projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emblazoned onto his robes. As for the burly man, he had a heavy beard and was wearing a suit of black armor, giving off a very imposing appearance. The auras being released by the two of them were far more fearsome than that of a normal devilish lord, but they didn't seem to be at the grand ascension stage yet. Both of them were currently appraising an item between them with rapt focus. This was a crimson cauldron that was only around a foot tall. Its top half was of a square shape, and there were horrifying ghostly faces carved onto each of its 4 corners. The cauldron was trembling incessantly while blood-curdling cries rang out from the ghostly faces, as if some devilish being had been trapped within the cauldron and was being brutally tortured. Why continue to resist, Shui Guang? The sooner you disclose the locations of those secret caves to us, the sooner you'll be put out of your misery. After being sealed within the devil's sealing lock for so long, fellow Daoist Che and I have developed immense reserves of patience, so we could easily torture you for 1,000 years without growing bored. In the end, you'll still have to disclose everything to us. Besides, all of us originated from the same soul, so you won't be handing everything over to outsiders at least, the burly man sighed in a display of empathy. Indeed, if you return everything that you took from us, perhaps we'll release you. You know us, fellow Daoist Feng Xia and I are men of our word, the elderly man chimed in as well. These two were none other than Che Qigong and Feng Xia, who had been trapped in the devil's sealing lock. They had somehow managed to escape from the devil's sealing lock, and an opportunity finally arrived for them to destroy sacred ancestor Shui Guang's physical body, then capture his nascent soul and trap it within this devilish cauldron. Judging from what they had said, it was clear that there was a lot of history and bad blood between the 3 of them. Keep dreaming. There's no chance that you'll release me. I'd rather have the treasures in the secret caves be buried forever than hand them over to you. Without those things, it'll take at least several thousand years for you to recover your powers. Our holy realm is currently facing a major tribulation. With your powers, you could easily die. How could I give up the only chance I have for revenge? An agonized voice that was filled with hatred and resentment rang out from within the cauldron in response. You insolent bastard. Truth be told, I've only unleashed 1% of this soul-refining cauldron's power. If I wished to do so, I could increase your suffering by 100-fold. You'll truly know what it means to wish you were dead then. Che Qigong said in an enraged manner. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal before chanting something and casting a string of incantation seals into the cauldron. Brilliant crimson light erupted from the cauldron, and the 4 ghostly faces twisted with agony in unison. The blood-curdling cries coming from within the cauldron became even more unsettling to listen to, but Che Qigong's expression remained completely unchanged. As for Feng Xia, he merely shook his head and closed his eyes to meditate as if he couldn't even hear anything. Meanwhile, over 100 horned high-grade devilish beings had surrounded a man and a woman in the air above a boundless desert. The sandy ground down below was littered with dismembered bodies and soaked in blood. Among the duo who had been surrounded, the woman was an exquisite beauty in a white dress, while the man was extremely hideous and wore a suit of black armor. It was none other than Bao Hua and Hei Yi. Bao Hua's brows were currently slightly furrowed as she appraised the devilish beings before her with dark expressions. These devilish beings were all completely identical in appearance, and they were all completely expressionless, as if they weren't even living beings. Hei's suit of armor had almost been entirely stained red with blood, and he cackled in a ferocious manner as he licked the blood on the corners of his lips. I can't believe you foolish bastards still dare to stand against us even after having so many of your brethren slain. In response, one of the devilish beings merely uttered the word "go" in a completely emotionless manner. Immediately thereafter, all of the horned devilish beings raised their hands to reveal a series of black badges, which conjured up black balls of light that hurtled directly toward Bao Hua's duo from all directions. Meanwhile, Tian Qi had already realized that it would be futile to continue to try and escape out of this floral realm, so he stopped and conjured up a crimson devilish lion projection that was over 1,000 feet tall. Crimson Qi surged out of the projection's body in a frenzy, forming a vast sea of crimson mist that swept toward the surrounding floral projections. The two devils seemed to be trying to take over this floral realm. Bao Hua's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and she gently shook the floral tree in her hand, upon which over 100 giant pink flowers drifted down from the tree's branches in unison. "Go!" Bao Hua instructed as she swept a sleeve through the air, and the pink flowers flew high up into the air before transforming into balls of devilish flames, which combined as one to create a sea of pink fire. Initially, the sea of fire was only around an acre in size, but all of the floral projections that it came into contact with also transformed into pink devilish flames, thereby allowing the sea of fire to expand at an alarming rate. Within the span of just a few breaths, the entire floral realm had been transformed into a sea of devilish flames, which was sweeping toward He Yan and Tian Qi with devastating might at Bao Hua's behest. Both Tian Qi and He Yan's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, and they exchanged a glance before they each produced a crimson pill that they instantly consumed. As a result, their auras immediately swelled drastically. In this floral realm, the two of them were completely unable to draw upon the world's origin qi, so they could only take these pills to stimulate their latent potential in order to oppose the pink devilish flames. Moments later, the two of them had been completely inundated by the sea of pink flames. At this point, the pink floral tree's branches had become completely bare, and it had shrunk by as much as 20%. All of a sudden, Bao Hua's incantations drew to an abrupt halt, and an unnatural flush appeared on her face. Her expression darkened slightly, and she also produced a white pill before consuming it with a wry smile. After that, she sat down with her legs crossed and wound her arms around the floral tree. Layers of translucent light appeared around her as she closed her eyes to focus on controlling the treasure. She was well aware of how powerful Tian Qi and He Yan were, and she knew that even though they had been deprived of access to the world's origin qi, it would still be very difficult to refine them with these devilish flames. Thus, time slowly passed by, and several days flew by in the blink of an eye. On the seventh day, the floral realm suddenly began to tremor in an unsteady manner. Immediately thereafter, a ball of black flames and a streak of crimson light shot forth out of the floral realm, then fled into the distance at an incredible speed. Within the black fireball was a female nascent soul that was several inches tall, and it shrieked in a furious voice, "You haven't even recovered to the grand ascension stage yet, you filthy wretch. The next time we meet will be the day that you die." "It appears that my concerns were unwarranted," Zhu Guo'er said in an obedient manner. "What you said isn't entirely wrong. It would indeed be best for me to exercise caution regardless of the situation. We've become extremely renowned in the Elder Devil realm as of late, so not only will we have to alter our appearances, we'll have to temporarily split up as well. Guo'er, you stay with fellow Daoists Xia for a while. I'll enter Blue Waterfall City to gather some information first. With my disguise techniques, I should be able to conceal my own identity as long as I don't encounter any Grand Ascension stage beings," Han Li said. Zhu Guo'er naturally gave an affirmative response, and she was very elated to hear that she would be able to spend time alone with Daoist Xia. She was still unaware that Daoist Xia was a puppet, and she had developed a sense of affection toward him. Daoist Xia merely nodded in response before continuing to stand still in silence. Han Li had already issued him many drops of faux immortal elixir in advance, so he was happy to follow Han Li's instructions. After interacting with Daoist Xia for such a long time, Han Li was already accustomed to his indifference, so he didn't pay any heed to Daoist Xia's aloof reaction. Even though Daoist Xie currently appeared to be a normal human, he was actually bound by several restrictions imposed upon him by his former master. Despite that, he possessed a very high level of autonomy. Otherwise, Hanli wouldn't have been able to lure him out of that sea of lightning with his foe immortal elixir. Of course, Hanli was well aware that he wasn't completely free of concerns in the Elder Devil realm just because he had Daoist Xie by his side. The devilish patriarchs all had other matters to attend to, and none of the sacred ancestors were willing to join forces with one another. Otherwise, there was no way that he would have been able to remain safely in the Elder Devil realm for such a long time. Thus, after issuing a few more instructions to Zhu Guo'er and Daoist Xie, a string of cracks and pops rang out from Han Li's body, and he grew around a foot taller. At the same time, his facial features had been significantly altered, giving him the appearance of a refined middle-aged man. After that, he rose up as a streak of black light before flying toward the lake. Following his departure, Daoist Xie swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of golden light that swept up both himself and Zhu Guo'er, following which the duo instantly vanished. Even though Hanli wasn't flying at his full speed, he was still traveling extremely quickly, and it didn't take him long to cover a distance of close to 100,000 kilometers. At this point, some small islands had appeared in the distance on the surface of the lake. There were some small buildings on these islands, and some devilish beings could be seen entering and exiting these buildings. A series of black wooden boats of different sizes were moored next to the islands, occasionally carrying some devilish beings deeper into the lake. Prior to coming here, Hanli had conducted some extensive research into the Blue Waterfall Lake, and he knew that sacred ancestor Lan Pu had once invited several sacred ancestors that he was on friendly terms with to set up a massive flight restriction deep within the Blue Waterfall Lake. Anyone below the devilish lord level would immediately lose the ability to fly once they entered the lake, so they had no choice but to travel into the core region of the lake by boat. Even though Hanli wouldn't be affected by this restriction, he didn't want to attract too much attention, so he descended onto a nearby island. As soon as he landed on the island, a short dark-skinned devilish man immediately rushed over to him. Guanyang pays his respects to his senior. Chapter 21-21. The woman in black. Guanyang moored his boat on the shore near the city gate, then accompanied Hanli to the gate. He was clearly very familiar with the halberd-wielding guards in front of the gate, and after a brief conversation, they granted Hanli entry into the city without conducting any examination. Hanli stood at the city gate and appraised the rows of orderly buildings nearby before tossing Guanyang some mid-grade devil stones. "Thank you for your generosity, senior," Guanyang immediately said in a grateful manner. Generally speaking, he would only receive 1 or 2 mid-grade devil stones for taking a high-grade devilish being to Blue Waterfall City, but Hanli had issued several times that amount, so he was naturally ecstatic. Hanli merely waved a dismissive hand, indicating that Guanyang could leave. However, Guanyang hesitated momentarily, and after looking around to ensure that no one was paying any attention to them, he quickly whispered, "Senior, perhaps you can go to the vast origin house to see if the people there can satisfy your conditions." After that, Guanyang hurriedly extended a respectful bow and departed before Hanli could ask any questions. "Vast origin house, eh?" Hanli murmured to himself as a faint smile appeared on his face. The flight restriction naturally still applied in Blue Waterfall City, so Hanli hailed a beast-drawn carriage before asking to be taken to the largest shop in the city. The coach driver immediately did as he was instructed, and Hanli sat in the carriage with his legs crossed, looking out of the window absent-mindedly while considering what he was going to do next. Blue Waterfall City was clearly far more lively and bustling than the average large devilish city, and there was a great number of devilish beings roaming the streets. Most of these devilish beings were only at the Qi condensation stage or foundation establishment stage, but there was a significant proportion of deity transformation and spatial tempering stage high-grade devilish beings among them as well, and he had even spotted 2 devilish lords. At this point, the beast-drawn carriage had only passed through several streets and hadn't even made it out of one corner of the city. All of a sudden, Hanli caught sight of a familiar figure, and his expression changed drastically. He stared intently at the elegant figure, who had her back facing him and was walking into a shop, then shook his head with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "It's not her, that woman's aura is completely different. Besides, even if she has ascended from the human world, she'd be in the spirit realm right now. There's no way she'd appear in the elder devil realm. Why did she look so much like her? Could it be that my mental state has become rather unstable due to my rapid progression in my cultivation base?" With that in mind, Hanli hurriedly activated his spirit refinement technique and closed his eyes to meditate. The elegant figure was a devilish woman wearing a black veil over her face, and she was accompanied into a shop by several high-grade devilish beings. On top of that, there was a faint layer of black chi over her body that made it impossible for anyone to glean her appearance. Of course, Hanli would have been capable of forcibly assessing her appearance with his powerful spiritual sense, but he was concerned that doing so would draw the attention of the top-tier powerful beings in the city. At this point, the devilish woman had already been accompanied into the shop by her entourage of high-grade devilish beings, and an elderly man who appeared to be the shopkeeper immediately rushed over with a few employees before they all extended respectful bows. The shopkeeper then invited the woman into a secretive room before greeting her in a respectful manner. "I pay my respects to the esteemed envoy. I've already prepared everything, and it's all ready to be taken away at any time." Chapter 21-22 Purchases. The massive hall was split up into two clear sections, one of which was the same as an ordinary shop with rows of stone shelves and counters, upon which were placed all types of treasures and materials. Behind each section of a counter that was around 100 feet in length stood a young and beautiful female attendant, and there were around a dozen devilish beings purchasing different items near the counter while the female attendants offered assistance where required. As for the other half of the hall, it was concealed behind an azure light barrier, and there were two azure-robed employees standing at the entrance of the light barrier. There were also some shelves beyond the barrier, atop which were placed some treasures that were clearly far more valuable than the ones outside. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly as he released some of his repressed spiritual pressure. Even though he was only releasing a late spatial tempering stage aura, everyone in the hall still immediately detected his presence and turned toward him with awe and veneration in their eyes. Right at this moment, a devilish woman with far superior looks and cultivation base compared to the female attendants outside emerged from within the light barrier. She appeared to be around 23 to 24 years of age, and her brocade robes only served to further accentuate her beauty. She made her way over to Hanli in a graceful manner, then lowered her head slightly as she said, "Welcome to our Rainbow Pavilion, Senior. My name is Xiao Yan, and I am the stand-in shopkeeper here. Is there anything I can help you with?" The woman was a deity transformation stage high-grade devilish being. "I've heard that this is the largest shop in all of Blue Waterfall City, is that true?" Hanli asked. "I wouldn't dare to proclaim that, but we definitely have the widest range of stock among all shops in the city," Xiao Yan replied with a smile. "I see, then it looks like I've come to the right place. I wish to purchase large quantities of certain items from your shop," Hanli replied with a nod. Xiao Yan was quite elated to hear this, and she hurriedly replied, "It's our honor that you've decided to choose our pavilion, Senior. Please follow me to the VIP booths on the second floor." Considering the cultivation base that Hanli had displayed, the large quantities that he had mentioned definitely entailed a massive business opportunity for the pavilion. Hanli had no objections to this, and thus, he was led toward the staircase by the woman. A short while later, Hanli was seated in a room with elegant decor, sipping on a cup of fragrant silver tea. Xiao Yan was standing beside him with a smile as she said, "This devilish taro tea is a specialty local product from our Blue Waterfall Lake that can calm the mind and improve focus, and our pavilion only receives several tens of kilograms of it per year, so it's quite a rare delicacy." It is indeed quite an exceptional tea, but its efficacy is virtually negligible for those of my cultivation base, Hanley said in a nonchalant manner. Of course, that's only to be expected. May I ask what items you're looking for, Senior? As long as our pavilion has them, we'll be sure to satisfy your needs to the best of our abilities, Xiao Yan said with a smile. Foreign devilish metal and bloodtooth rice, Hanley replied in an extremely concise manner. Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged upon hearing the first item, but her expression changed slightly at the mention of the second item, and she suddenly fell silent. Is there an issue? Hanley asked. Truth be told, the foreign devilish metal is quite easy to arrange. It's a rare material, but we have a lot of stock in our warehouse, so I can take you to see them right away. As for bloodtooth rice, that's rather difficult to come by, Xiao Yan replied in a slightly awkward manner. Prior to coming here, I've heard that Blue Waterfall City has very strict regulations on bloodtooth rice, and that one can only purchase 2 pieces per year, but surely a pavilion of this caliber will have some alternative avenues that it can use, Hanley said as he raised an eyebrow. It seems that you're completely unfamiliar with the production of bloodtooth rice in this area, Senior, Xiao Yan said with a wry smile. I only just came here, so I am indeed quite unfamiliar with everything. Would you be able to explain the situation to me? Hanley asked. This isn't a confidential matter, so I can certainly disclose the information to you. It's no exaggeration to say that our Rainbow Pavilion will be able to get our hands on a substantial amount of any other type of treasure or material, but the bloodtooth rice is directly regulated by the City Lord's Manor, and we can only receive a set amount from the City Lord's Manor per year. Our shop may be one of the largest in the city, but we really don't have much of a supply of bloodtooth rice. On top of that, the sales of bloodtooth rice must be registered according to the City Lord's Manor, and rigorous examinations are conducted every year, Xiao Yan explained. So that means there's no room for negotiation at all? Hanley asked as his brows furrowed slightly. Xiao Yan hesitated momentarily before replying, My sincerest apologies, but that is indeed beyond my capabilities. However, if you're only looking for 2 or 3 more than the stipulated limit, I could think of a way to provide them to you at the risk of being scolded by my superiors, but I'm afraid that's the extent of what I can do. Hee, if I were only looking for so little, why would I have come to your Rainbow Pavilion? So be it, if it can't be done, then let's discuss foreign devilish metal instead. How many pieces of this metal does your pavilion have, and what price can you offer? Hanley asked. We just so happened to receive a new batch of foreign devilish metal several days ago, so we have hundreds of pieces in our warehouse. How many do you require, Senior? If you're looking to purchase a large amount, I can offer you a very good price, Xiao Yan replied in a confident manner. Bring them all to me, Hanley replied expressionlessly. Xiao Yan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon hearing this. All of them. Did I hear that right? Do you think I'm joking, fellow Daoist? Hanley asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Yan repressed the excitement in her heart as she replied, I wouldn't dare to think that. Please wait a moment, Senior, I'll get someone to bring all of our foreign devilish metal to you for examination. Hanley merely nodded with a faint smile before falling silent. Shortly thereafter, Hanley was accompanied out of the Rainbow Pavilion in person by Xiao Yan. He then hailed another beast-drawn carriage before instructing the coach driver to take him to another large shop. Thus, Hanley visited 6 large shops in succession and cleared out almost their entire stock of foreign devilish metal, but he had hit a wall when it came to bloodtooth rice. All of these large shops had expressed an inability to sell large amounts of bloodtooth rice to him, but he wasn't disheartened in the slightest by this. That night, he booked a room in an inn, and the next morning, he continued to visit the shops in Blue Waterfall City. However, on this occasion, he was visiting all of the medium-sized shops. Thus, he stayed in Blue Waterfall City for 7 days and visited almost all of the shops in the city, purchasing a huge amount of foreign devilish metal during the process. Such a large amount of foreign devilish metal naturally cost an astronomical price, but this only constituted a small proportion of Han Li's enormous wealth. However, even after purchasing so much foreign devilish metal, he didn't find any that contained one of those mysterious crystalline beads, and was left very disappointed. However, he didn't give up and continued to purchase foreign devilish metal from other shops in the city. As for bloodtooth rice, he didn't even bother to mention it to the smaller and medium-sized shops. As a result of this, it became known throughout the city that an outsider was going around purchasing a huge amount of foreign devilish metal, but most people didn't pay any heed to this. With the popularity of Blue Waterfall City and the number of devilish beings visiting the city, such an occurrence was far from a rare one. However, there were some people who developed an interest in this news. On the 8th morning, Han Li had only just emerged from the inn and was about to hail a beast-drawn carriage when a devilish man suddenly appeared before him with a fawning smile. "I've heard that you're purchasing large amounts of foreign devilish metal, Senior. Would you be interested in seeing the foreign devilish metal that I have in my collection?" Han Li glanced at the devilish man to find that he was only at the nascent soul stage, so he replied in a nonchalant manner, "I'm only purchasing in bulk. If you only have a few pieces, then don't bother me again." "Rest assured, Senior, I wouldn't dare to pester you with such a small amount of foreign devilish metal. My companions and I have a very large amount of foreign devilish metal that I'm sure will be of interest to you, Senior," the devilish man continued. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he was still rather skeptical. "I see. Where are your companions right now?" "If they're outside of the city, then forget it. Rest assured, Senior, my companions and I are staying in the Immortal Abode Pavilion in the city," the devilish man hurriedly replied. Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and he instructed, "All right, then lead the way." The devilish man was ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately waved a hand, upon which a beast-drawn carriage that he had hailed earlier pulled up next to him and Han Li. Han Li got into the carriage with the devilish man, and the carriage quickly sped away. Several hours later, Han Li found himself situated in a secluded hall with several unfamiliar devilish beings gathered before him. Chapter 21-23 Wu Yu. Among the group of devilish beings was a young man with a red devilish pattern on his glabella. He was clearly the leader of the group, and he cupped his fist in a salute as he said with a smile, "My name is Wu Yu. I had intended to invite you here several days ago, but I was delayed due to some matters that I had to attend to." Even though the young man seemed to be carrying an aura concealment treasure, Han Li was still instantly able to ascertain that he was at the late spatial tempering stage. Everyone else in the group aside from him was only at the deity transformation stage, and most of them were at the early deity transformation stage. "I heard that you have a large quantity of foreign devilish metal, is that true?" Han Li cut straight to the chase as soon as he and Wu Yu both took a seat. "Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited you here, fellow Daoist," Wu Yu replied with a smile. "I see. How much foreign devilish metal do you have and what price are you offering?" Han Li asked. "Before we discuss that, there's something else I have to tell you, and we'll only be able to continue our discussion if you have no issues with what I'm about to say next. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to leave empty-handed," Wu Yu replied as a serious look appeared on his face. "Go right ahead," Han Li replied with a smile. "I can see that you're also a very straightforward man, fellow Daoist. Go and wait for me outside. I'll call for you once we conclude our discussion here." Wu Yu issued an instruction to the other devilish beings in his group, and all of them gave affirmative replies before departing in a respectful manner, including the nascent soul stage devilish man who had led Han Li here. After that, Wu Yu swept a sleeve through the air to summon several black badge-shaped devilish treasures, which formed a black light barrier that isolated the two of them from the outside world. Han Li's expression changed minutely upon seeing this, and he became even more intrigued to hear what Wu Yu had to say. It was clear that this was quite an important matter. "Forgive me, fellow Daoist, but I must take the necessary precautions before we begin our discussion, Wu Yu said in an apologetic manner. That's not an issue. Can we continue now? Han Li asked with a hint of a smile on his face. Of course. I'm taking these precautionary measures primarily because the batch of foreign devilish metal in my possession was obtained through rather unscrupulous means. I can sell them all to you for an extremely low price, but you have to swear a vow on your inner demons that you won't tell anyone about us no matter what happens after the transaction, Wu Yu said in a serious voice. So what you're saying is, you want me to assume full responsibility for any consequences that arise from our transaction, Han Li said in an indifferent manner. This is why I enjoy working with intelligent people like you, fellow Daoist. Having said that, if you leave the city right after we complete our transaction, then no issues will arise. I'm only taking these precautionary measures on the off chance that something does happen, Wu Yu said with a smile. It sounds to me like you're trying to offload the foreign devilish metal as quickly as possible before they get tracked down, Han Li chuckled. Wu Yu's smile faded, and he said in a serious manner, you can think whatever you like. All I'm telling you is that this batch of foreign devilish metal is related to many parties. I won't be able to disclose the specific details to you, and it's up to you whether you'd like to purchase them or not. If I refuse to purchase this batch of foreign devilish metal, I assume you have no intention of allowing me to leave, Han Li said after a brief pause. That's not the case. I won't do anything detrimental to you. I'll only be using a secret technique to erase your memories of our conversation, Wu Yu assured. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he began to walk down the path into the forest. After walking for a few hundred feet, he turned a few corners and disappeared from view. Right at this moment, a tall and broad gray-robed elderly man appeared up ahead. The man had fiery red skin and eyes that were remarkably long and thin. He was currently completely engrossed by an antiquated book with a silver cover that he was holding in his hand while leaning against a tree. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the elderly man to find that he was only a deity transformation cultivator, and his brows furrowed slightly as he continued onward. As he passed by the elderly man, he released a spatial tempering stage aura for a moment before walking past the elderly man without even turning his head. During this time, the elderly man continued to read the book in his hand, as if he had truly become completely enthralled by it. However, as Han Li turned a corner and disappeared from view, the gray-robed elderly man quickly raised his head, and there was cold sweat pouring down his face. What powerful spiritual pressure! That man is no ordinary spatial tempering stage being. I'll have to notify everyone else to grant him passage into the vast origin house, the elderly man murmured to himself before quickly scribbling something onto the cover of the antiquated book with a finger. Several black runes emerged, then vanished into the silver cover of the book in a flash. After that, the elderly man's body blurred, and he instantly vanished from beneath the tree amid a flash of green light. Shortly thereafter, Han Li followed the path and arrived at a 5-story pavilion situated at the center of the forest. The entire pavilion was constructed from a type of white wood, and the fact that this wooden material was slightly yellow from age was an indication that this pavilion had been around for a very long time. There was a green-robed young woman currently standing in front of the pavilion. She appeared to be around 15 to 16 years of age, and seemed to be a servant. As soon as Han Li emerged, she immediately made her way over to him in an unhurried manner, then extended a respectful curtsy. Sheer pays her respects to her senior. Please come with me, our young mistress is waiting for you upstairs. Young mistress. I didn't think that the owner of the vast origin house would be a woman. All right, lead the way, Han Li replied with a nod before following the young woman toward the pavilion gates. As soon as he entered the pavilion, he was struck by an inexplicable chill that almost made him shudder, but he was able to shake off the feeling after circulating his magic power through his body. He then released his spiritual sense through the surrounding area and immediately detected some faint restriction fluctuations. It was clear that a powerful restriction had been set up here, and the fact that it had even struck him with a sense of peril was sufficient testament to how dangerous it was. On the first floor of the pavilion, there were only some simple tables and chairs and several pieces of ancient artwork hanging on the walls. Hanli cast his gaze toward the artwork that was closest to him, then glanced at the other pieces of artwork before nodding to himself with a faint smile. The four artworks each depicted a rusty copper mirror, a blue longsword that was flashing with a cold light, a shimmering golden spear, and an inky black badge, all of which were extremely lifelike and realistic. A hint of surprise flashed through Shier's eyes upon seeing this. "Have you already noticed something, Senior? It's quite remarkable that you were able to discover the secrets hidden within these four pieces of artwork in such a short time. Your discerning eye is enough to rank in the top 100 among all customers to set foot in our vast origin house." "Only the top 100? Hanli asked in an indifferent manner. "Please don't underestimate this top 100, Senior. Most of them were also spatial tempering stage seniors like yourself, and the rest possess slightly inferior cultivation bases, but they're all vastly renowned characters for different reasons," Shier hurriedly explained. If someone were to believe that these are only normal pieces of artwork, they'll most likely perish sooner or later when they enter this restriction. The formation that's been set up in a more obscure place is the true trump card here, right? How many of the past customers have managed to identify that?" Hanli chuckled coldly in response. Shier's eyes widened with surprise upon hearing this, and she replied, "Your wisdom is truly unmatched, Senior. There are less than 10 customers who have managed to see through the formation, and most of them were devilish lords. Seeing as you're able to do this, there will be no need for you to undergo the trial on the second floor. You'll be able to go and see our young mistress on the third floor right away." Hanli naturally nodded in response. "All right, I'm looking forward to meeting the owner of this vast origin house." Thus, he was led to the second floor of the pavilion by Shier. The setup on this level was slightly different. Aside from the set of simple tables and chairs, there were pots of different colors strewn all around the room, within which were planted many unknown spirit plants and spirit flowers. In front of these pots stood a devilish woman with a head of gray hair, but a set of remarkably youthful features. The woman was currently carrying an azure jade vial, from within which a stream of clear spring water was pouring out onto a crimson plant. "Aunt Ju, this is a senior that young mistress would like to see today. He's already identified the restriction on the second level, so I'll be taking him to see the young mistress now," Shier said in a respectful manner. "Oh. It's quite remarkable that he was able to identify the restriction on the second level. You've concealed your true cultivation base, haven't you?" The woman initially wore a calm expression, but after casting her gaze toward Hanli, her expression instantly changed slightly. In the instant that Hanli caught sight of the woman, he had identified her to be a devilish lord at the pinnacle of the late body integration stage, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he replied, "I didn't think that I would encounter a fellow Daoist of your cultivation base here. Rest assured, I've only concealed my own cultivation base for convenience." The devilish woman quickly reverted back to a calm expression, and said, "I have no doubt about that. It is indeed quite inconvenient for beings of our cultivation base to go around without a disguise. In that case, I'll take you to see our young mistress in person. You can go now, Shier." A hint of surprise flashed through Shier's eyes upon discovering that Hanli had been concealing his own cultivation base, but she quickly lowered her head in a respectful manner as she gave an affirmative response before departing from the second floor of the pavilion. "Please come with me, fellow Daoist. Seeing as you're a devilish lord, you'll be meeting our young mistress in person as opposed to a substitute," the woman said before sweeping a sleeve toward the staircase leading to the third floor. Yellow light flashed, and a burst of energy fluctuations surged forth, indicating that some type of restriction seemed to have just been removed. In the instant that the restriction was removed, a gray rune flew out of the woman's sleeve before vanishing into space in a flash. Hanli merely nodded in response before following the woman up the staircase. The third floor of the pavilion was a massive lavish hall. At the center of the hall was a pristine white jade offering table, upon which were placed items such as 8 trigrams and divination tags. Beside the table was a petite and intricate cauldron, from within which a wisp of white smoke was billowing out, filling the entire room with the aroma of sandalwood. Behind the table was an extremely beautiful yellow-robed young woman seated on a large chair, playing with a palm-sized jade fan in an expressionless manner. There were 8 young servants positioned on either side of the hall, 4 of which were male while the other 4 were female. The men were all tall and handsome, while the women were all beautiful and petite, and they stood with respectful looks on their faces. All 8 of them possessed deity transformation stage cultivation bases. However, the woman didn't stop here, and led Hanli toward the staircase to the 4th floor instead. The yellow-robed young woman rose to her feet and extended a curtsy toward Hanli and the woman from afar along with the servants in the room, and the woman merely waved a dismissive hand toward them. Hanli's footsteps faltered slightly, and a peculiar look appeared on his face as he swept his gaze over the devilish beings in the room. In terms of appearance and disposition alone, he would have been convinced that the yellow-robed young woman was the young mistress of the vast Origin House. Who would have thought that she was a mere substitute? With that in mind, and considering the research he had conducted into the vast Origin House in advance, he couldn't help but become even more curious about what type of person this young mistress was. Shortly thereafter, Hanli arrived on the 4th floor of the pavilion with the woman. As soon as they arrived on this level, Hanli swept his gaze through the surrounding area, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It wasn't that the decor on this level was particularly strange, it was just that everything was set up to be identical to a small rural shack. There was a small thatched hut situated not far up ahead, within which was a set of simple tables and chairs, and an old wooden bed, upon which was placed a coarse cloth quilt. In front of the hut were several piles of hay and a spinning wheel, all of which were situated on a spacious patch of ground. Behind the spinning wheel was a frail-looking woman in a set of coarse cloth robes. She was seated on a short wooden stump, and her attention was entirely focused on the spinning wheel before her. One sheet of coarse fabric after another was slowly being rolled out of the wheel, then stacked up into a pile that was positioned neatly beside her. Hanli swept her spiritual sense toward the young woman, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The young woman seemed to have only just reached the deity transformation stage, but when he tried to conduct a more thorough examination, his spiritual sense was pushed away by a burst of invisible power that emanated from her body, indicating that she possessed a treasure that could automatically repel spiritual sense. The woman had already made her way over to the young woman, but she merely stood off to the side in silence and didn't disrupt her. Hanli had also stopped in his tracks, and was appraising the young woman with an indifferent gaze. He had already gleaned her appearance, and discovered that it was extremely mundane. The only thing remarkable about her was that her forehead seemed to be wider than that of the average person, and the concentration on her face was somehow very comforting to behold. The young woman was very clearly very proficient at what she was doing, and within the span of 15 minutes, all of the coarse yarn on the spinning wheel had been spun. As the final sheet of coarse fabric dropped down from the spinning wheel, the young woman exhaled and looked down at the large pile of fabric on the ground with a pleased smile. Only then did she turn toward the woman with a slightly apologetic expression. "Sorry to keep you waiting again, Aunt Ju." The young woman's voice wasn't all that pleasant, but it had an indescribable alluring cadence to it. The young woman's cultivation base was far inferior to the woman's, but the latter was putting on a very respectful display, as if she were a servant. "It's all right, young mistress, I didn't have to wait for too long. If anything, I must apologize to you for bringing a guest here without your permission." Hanli was quite surprised to see this, and he immediately began to appraise the young woman again, wondering if she were another sacred ancestor clone. I'm sure the guest that you've brought to me is quite an esteemed one, Aunt Ju. My name is Lonning. May I know your name, fellow Daoist? The young woman said as she turned to Hanli with a calm smile. My surname is Han. It's rather surprising to me that you're the owner of the vast origin house. Do you think I'm unfit to take on this role, Brother Han? The young woman asked with a faint smile. In terms of the cultivation base and appearance, that substitute downstairs seems more fitting to be the young mistress of the vast origin house. Having said that, a substitute is just that, so there's no way she'll be of any help to me, Hanli replied in a straightforward manner. Truth be told, that servant of mine on the third floor isn't just there for show. She's able to take care of the needs of some normal customers, but she'd be out of her depth when it comes to a guest of your cultivation base, the young woman replied. I see. I assume most of the guests that visit the vast origin house are attended to by that servant of yours, Hanli said with a faint smile. I'm doing this out of necessity. After all, she's enough to take care of normal guests, and there aren't many guests that can satisfy the criteria required to see me. You're only the third guest I've seen this year, Brother Han. Please take a seat, and we'll discuss the reason you came here for today. As long as you're willing to offer a sufficient price, we'll be sure to satisfy your needs, the young woman said as she invited Hanli to take a seat. Hanli looked around before making a grabbing motion, drawing a chair toward him before taking a seat on it across from the young woman. I'm sure you've already conducted some research into our vast origin house, but as a formality, I must inform you of the rules here. I hope you don't mind, Brother Han, the young woman said. I've only recently arrived at Blue Waterfall Lake, so I don't actually know a lot about your vast origin house. It would be great if you could tell me about this place, Hanli replied in a nonchalant manner. Our vast origin house doesn't actually directly cater to the needs of our guests. Instead, we're only responsible for providing information. We've been operating for a very long time, and I wouldn't dare to proclaim that we know everything that's happening in our holy realm, but I dare say we know most of the important secrets in the realm. On top of that, all of the past owners of our vast origin house have been very adept in divination, so even if we don't have information on a certain subject matter, we can conduct divination to find out some relevant information. However, using the divination technique will shorten one's lifespan, so the price of that will naturally be very steep. Generally speaking, our vast origin house wouldn't actively encourage a guest to pick the route of divination. On top of that, regardless of what answers you obtain from our vast origin house, you're not to disclose it to anyone else. Otherwise, you'll be blacklisted and will no longer be welcome here. The rest of the rules are rather inconsequential, and I'm sure you wouldn't intentionally break them. Now then, do you have any questions, fellow Daoist? The young woman asked in a calm manner. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but his expression quickly returned to normal as he replied, What you've told me does match what I've found out already about this place. I have one question. How many of the guests that have visited your vast origin house have left with satisfactory answers? A proud look appeared on Lan Ying's face as she replied, I don't know too much about the past, but ever since I've taken over the reins here, we haven't even a single disappointed customer. Han Li was quite taken aback by this answer, but his expression remained unchanged as he nodded in response. Is that so? It instills me with great confidence to hear that. Seeing as your doubts and concerns have been erased, you can tell me what you'd like to know now. The price of the information will be decided based on how valuable it is, Lan Ying said with a serious expression. I want to know where I can get a large quantity of premium blood tooth rice in one transaction in Blue Waterfall City, Han Li replied without any hesitation. Lan Ying's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and she smiled as she said, Hee, I see. Is there something strange about this request? Han Li asked. That's not the case. Truth be told, around a fourth of the guests that visit our vast origin house ask this exact same question, so we naturally have relevant information on this matter. However, just because this information is regularly purchased doesn't make it any cheaper, Lonning replied with a smile. Moments later, the sound of light footsteps rang out on the staircase outside, and a delightful voice akin to heavenly music drifted into the room. Inger, you owe me an explanation. I paid such a heavy price for your divination, but today is the last day that you stipulated, and I still haven't seen the person I want to see. Are you toying around with me? If so, you're going to have to return several times the spirit medicines I gave to you. As soon as the voice trailed off, a slender young woman enveloped in a layer of black mist appeared at the top of the staircase. Through the black mist, one could see that the woman had a pair of enchanting eyes that were as beautiful as stars, and was wearing a long purple dress. She was currently giggling in an amused manner, so it was clear that she had been joking. As soon as Hanli caught sight of the woman, his entire body abruptly stiffened as if he had been shocked by electricity. Excitement and ecstasy filled his eyes, only to then be replaced by a hint of hesitance. The woman in purple had naturally also caught sight of Hanli, and a hint of bewilderment had appeared in her eyes as well. Sister Lon, who is this? The woman in purple asked. A thought suddenly occurred to Lonning at the sight of this Sister Violet's bewildered expression, and a hint of incredulity also appeared in her eyes. This is an esteemed guest of our vast origin house, fellow Daoist Han. His cultivation base is no lesser than that of Aunt Ju. Have you met him somewhere before, Sister Violet? What? His surname is Han. The woman in purple shuddered slightly, and she began to scrutinize Hanli even more intently. The final trace of doubt in Hanli's heart was erased upon seeing this, and he took a deep breath before sweeping a sleeve through the air, sending a burst of azure light surging toward his own body. A string of cracks and pops rang out, and he grew slightly shorter, while his facial features transformed into those of an ordinary-looking young man who appeared to be in his 20s. Long time no see, Violet Spirit, have you been well? Hanli asked in a gentle voice. Well, that was rude. It's not an actual restriction, but the devilish arts I'm cultivating were created by her, so she's naturally set up some precautionary measures. Unless my cultivation base progresses to outstrip hers one day, she can strip me of my entire cultivation base with just a single thought. Also, Lu Ji had informed me of her intentions to make me a backup clone, and I agreed to this path, so I really can't blame her. Without her help, I wouldn't even have been able to ascend. I would have already perished in the human world at this point, Violet's spirit sighed. What happened to you? How did sacred ancestor Lu Ji end up assisting you in your ascension? Hanli asked. Back in the human world, I was limited by my aptitude and was unable to progress to the deity transformation stage. At my cultivation base at the time, venturing into a spatial node would have been akin to committing suicide. Hence, I had no choice but to begin traveling to all of the secret regions of the human world to search for spirit medicines that would help me break through my bottleneck. I had thought that at the very least, I would be able to find some powerful protective treasures, and I would take a risk to venture into a spatial node before my lifespan ran out. However, after searching for several centuries, I didn't find any suitable spirit medicines or treasures, but stumbled upon an ancient devilish altar and unintentionally triggered it instead, Violet Spirit said with a resigned smile. Could it be that you contacted sacred ancestor Lu Ji through the altar? Hanli asked as an enlightened look appeared in his eyes. The process wasn't quite that simple, but yes, that was the end result. A wisp of Lu Ji's spiritual sense descended into the human world through the altar, and with its assistance, I injected the residual devilish qi in the secret region into my own body, thereby switching to a devilish cultivation art. As a result, I was quickly able to progress to the deity transformation stage, and the ease with which the breakthrough was made was astounding to me. According to Lu Ji, I possessed the extremely rare maiden physique, meaning I was virtually born to become a devilish cultivator. This was why she had helped me ascend to the elder devil realm. If a normal human cultivator had managed to contact her, she would have simply ignored them. Only after I ascended to the elder devil realm and met Lu Ji was I made aware that she had only helped me so I could become a backup clone for her, Violet Spirit said. In that case, there was no need for you to agree to become her disciple. As for the debt you owe her for the part she played in your ascension, you'll just have to repay her some other way in the future, Hanli said with a dark expression. Things weren't that simple. At the time, she gave a choice: either she would strip away the devilish chi and devilish cultivation art she bestowed upon me, thereby reducing me to a low-grade cultivator again, or I had to become her seventh disciple and backup clone. She had made it very clear that due to the limitation in the cultivation art that she was using, she could only have 6 clones, including her true body, so if nothing happened to any of her clones, then I wouldn't need to fill in. With Lu Ji's lofty status as a devilish matriarch, even her clones are generally very safe, so there's a good chance that I'll simply continue to act as her disciple. Her eldest disciple has already reached the pinnacle of the late body integration stage and lived for tens of thousands of years without having to fill in for one of Lu Ji's clones. If Lu Ji were to ascend to the true immortal realm someday, she wouldn't need any clones, and we would truly be free then. Prior to this, she would supply us with all of the cultivation resources that we required. According to my knowledge, the Elder Devil realm is a far more perilous place than the human world and the spirit realm, so countless high-grade devilish beings perish every year during their search for cultivation resources. If you had been in the same position as me, what would you have chosen, Brother Han? Violet's spirit asked with a slightly dejected look in her eyes. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he raised his head to the heavens as he heaved a faint sigh. I've always admired your resolute willpower. Perhaps if you had been in my place, you really would have made a different choice. However, on one hand, would have to fall back to square one and struggle to survive in the perilous Elder Devil realm, while on the other hand, I would at least be able to live for tens of thousands of years without having worry about cultivation resources. The temptation simply wasn't something that I could resist. Hence, I became Lu Ji's 7th disciple. I've forged a bit of a reputation for myself in the Elder Devil realm, and I even have my own subordinates now, Violet Spirit sighed. It's no wonder that you made such a decision. I would have most likely done the same thing. However, you can't just live the rest of your life like this. Haven't you explored any ways to escape these restrictions? Han Li asked. Violet's spirit had clearly already considered this, and a wry smile appeared on her face. The 6 disciples above me are all body integration stage beings. If there were a way to escape Lu Ji's control, they would have done so long ago. Besides, Lu Ji is a devilish matriarch with countless subordinates willing to do her bidding. Even if we could escape her control, how long would we be able to hide for? The only way would be to flee to another realm, but without the abundant devilish chi here in the Elder Devil realm, my devilish arts would be completely ruined. Not only will I have no chance of making further progress, there's a very good chance that my cultivation base could plummet drastically. That is indeed very troublesome, but there is a rather risky solution, Han Li said with a contemplative look in his eyes. You have a solution to this situation, Brother Han. Forget about it. You are indeed quite powerful right now, but you still can't contend with the likes of Lu Ji. Please don't place yourself in harm's way for my sake, Violet Spirit said as she shook her head in a concerned manner. It would indeed be impossible for me to contend with Lu Ji right now, but my cultivation base isn't just going to remain stagnant. Give me some time. I have some confidence that I'll be able to progress to the Grand Ascension stage. When that time comes, I'll be at least close to being able to match Lu Ji in battle, and I'll be able to negotiate with her then, Han Li said with a cold smile. You're confident that you'll reach the Grand Ascension stage? Violet's spirit already had a very lofty evaluation of Han Li's powers, but she was still stunned by this, and even her voice was trembling slightly. It said that at the time, there were many now extinct races residing in all of the realms, and beings of the upper realms like true immortals and true devils were occasionally able to communicate with the beings of the lower realms. However, during that period, a Stemborer queen was suddenly born in a seemingly ordinary race of ancient insects. This creature was even more fearsome than the average true immortal, and not only does it possess an innate dark elemental physique, it can devour all types of energy. What's even more terrifying about it is its incredible reproductive abilities, and all of its descendants also possess the ability to devour all types of energy. It said that the most feared insects of the realms, such as the gold-devouring beetles, may have inherited the bloodline of the Stemborer queen, thereby granting them the ability to devour all things. Violet's spirit paused here as she cast a meaningful glance toward Hanli. Hanli's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, but his eyes had narrowed slightly. Violet's spirit continued, in just over 1,000 years, this Stemborer queen had slaughtered all of the other living beings in its realm with its billions of descendants. After another 10,000 years, all of the energy within that realm had been devoured, and it began to crumble away. However, the Stemborer queen was able to teleport itself and its descendants to a neighboring realm with its unfathomable powers right before the realm was destroyed. Tens of thousands of years later, that realm also suffered the same fate. During the next close to 200,000 years, the Stemborer queen and its descendants laid waste to several realms and finally attracted the attention of the upper realms. Two true immortals were somehow sent down to lure the Stemborer queen and its descendants into the Elder Devil realm, where a fierce battle took place. It said that the battle almost destroyed this entire realm, and many of the perilous regions in the Elder Devil realm were left behind by that battle. In the end, all of the Stemborer queen's descendants were killed, and the Stemborer queen itself was severely wounded before being sealed away in an eternal slumber by the two true immortals. Why didn't the true immortals kill it instead of going through the trouble of sealing it away? Could it be that it's recently awakened? Hanli asked with furrowed brows. Everything happened too long ago, so it's unclear why the true immortals didn't kill the Stemborer queen. Perhaps it had some type of life-saving trump cards that made it unkillable. Alternatively, it could be because the two true immortals were too severely wounded at that point to kill the Stemborer queen. In any case, the Stemborer queen did indeed reawaken over 10,000 years ago, and it's produced more offspring. They're currently constantly attacking the seal, and the three patriarchs have joined forces to fortify the seal, as well as to kill the Stemborers that have made it through the cracks in the seal, but they're only delaying the inevitable. The Stemborers take no prisoners or slaves, so once the Stemborer queen breaks free from the seal, the Elder Devil realm will be doomed. That's the tribulation we're currently facing, Violet's spirit said with a concerned expression. If this Stemborer queen really were to destroy the Elder Devil realm, wouldn't the spirit realm be next? Hanli asked as his expression darkened significantly. There are several realms neighboring the Elder Devil realm, including the spirit realm, so if the Elder Devil realm were to be destroyed, there would indeed be a chance that the spirit realm would be next. Even if that doesn't turn out to be the case, the spirit realm will eventually get its turn once the nearby realms are all destroyed, Lanning said. Hanli fell into a contemplative silence for a long while before musing, so that means if we can take care of this Stemborer queen, not only will the devilish army retreat from the spirit realm, a major future tribulation for the spirit realm would also be circumvented. Indeed. If the threat of the Stemborer queen could be eradicated, the Elder Devil realm can cease its invasions of the spirit realm altogether. However, this would be impossible to accomplish unless true immortals were to intervene, Violet's spirit sighed. This is indeed something that we won't be able to do anything about for now. Thankfully, it sounds like the seal will be able to last for a while longer, so we'll just have to wait and see, Hanli also sighed in a resigned manner. This was a major issue concerning multiple realms, so it would be best to leave it to the Grand Ascension stage beings. A mere body integration cultivator like him was ill-equipped to shoulder such a heavy burden. With that in mind, Hanli moved on to other topics and chatted with everyone for a while longer before departing with Violet Spirit in accompaniment. After Hanli and Violet Spirit emerged from the pavilion and made their way out of the lush forest, they were met by 8 armored devilish guards, who were standing in front of a lavish beast-drawn carriage. "Brother Han, you're returning to this city anyway, so why don't you come with me on my carriage? I have something to discuss with you along the way," Violet Spirit said. "Sure, I wanted to talk to you about something as well," Hanli replied with a nod. "These are indeed all premium pieces of foreign devilish metal. Here are the devil stones that you asked for," Hanli said as he produced a black storage bracelet, then tossed it toward Wu Yu with a flick of his wrist. Wu Yu was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately caught the bracelet before also injecting his spiritual sense into it. Mere moments later, he withdrew his spiritual sense from the storage bracelet, then stowed it away with a pleased expression. He then cupped his fist in a salute toward Hanli and said, "You are a man of your word, fellow Daoist Han. Our transaction is now complete." "In that case, I'll be taking my leave," Hanli said as he rose to his feet in a calm manner. "Of course, I'll deactivate the restriction right away." Wu Yu made no effort to keep him, and he also stood up before making a hand seal, upon which the light barrier around them disintegrated amid a dull thump. Thus, Hanli began to depart from the hall, but right as he reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped and turned back toward Wu Yu. "Fellow Daoist Wu Yu, would you be willing to tell me where you obtained this foreign devilish metal from? I'll be willing to give you an additional third of the devil stones I just gave you for this information." Wu Yu's heart jolted upon hearing this, and his expression changed a few times, but he didn't immediately give a response. Meanwhile, expressions of greed appeared on the faces of all of his devilish subordinates. After a long contemplative pause, Wu Yu repressed the impulsive urge to accept the offer, and shook his head in a forlorn manner. "I appreciate the offer, but unfortunately, this is not something that I can tell you, so I'll have to turn you down." "I see." Hanli gave Wu Yu one final meaningful look before departing. Wu Yu stood on the spot with his brows furrowed slightly with concern. Even though Hanli hadn't said anything just now, the look in his eyes struck Wu Yu with an indescribable sense of foreboding. "Brother, if he wants to know where we obtained this foreign devilish metal from, then why don't we just tell him the location of our private mine? We're leaving this city anyway, so even if he wants to investigate the matter, we'll be long gone before he discovers anything. We're missing out on a huge sum of devil stones here," a devilish woman urged. "It's not that simple. We have no information about this man. He is indeed not from this city, but if we were to disclose the location of the private mine to him, he could expose us to the powers in the city. Alright, now that we've received the devil stones, let's split up and leave Blue Waterfall City right away. Once we exit the city, leave this area along the routes we planned out in advance. Once we're completely safe, we'll reunite at Lion Cliff City," Wu Yu said in an implacable manner. His subordinates naturally didn't dare to offer any opposition, and all of them gave affirmative responses. At this point, Hanli was already racing along a street in a beast-drawn carriage. He was seated in the beast-drawn carriage, inspecting a piece of foreign devilish metal with an excited expression as he murmured to himself, "I've finally found it." Within the storage bracelet that he had just obtained were over 20 pieces of foreign devilish metal that contained the mysterious crystalline beads. This confirmed the notion to Hanli that Wu Yu and his group definitely had what he was searching for. If it weren't for the fact that their transaction had taken place in a very densely populated part of Blue Waterfall City, he would have captured them by force and used a soul search technique on them to find the information he wanted. However, he wasn't overly concerned about the current situation anyway. During the transaction, he had already placed spiritual sense marks on Wu Yu and his group, so he would be able to track down and capture them as soon as they tried to leave Blue Waterfall City. With that in mind, Hanli stowed the piece of foreign devilish metal away amid a flash of spiritual light, then repressed his own excitement as he closed his eyes to meditate. Time quickly flew by, and several hours later, he returned to the inn. Once he emerged from the carriage, he was greeted by the sight of a rather familiar black-armored devilish being, and his expression changed slightly before he brushed past the devilish being and entered the inn. Meanwhile, a hint of elation appeared on the devilish being's face at the sight of Hanli, and he followed Hanli into the inn in a respectful manner. Moments later, the black-armored devilish being handed over an azure stone shard to Hanli in a respectful manner inside a secluded room. Hanli accepted the stone shard before pressing it against his own forehead to inspect its contents, upon which his eyes began to narrow slightly. Finally, Hanli removed the stone shard from his forehead, then rubbed his hands together to reduce it to powder as he said, "All right, I've seen everything now. Go back and tell your mistress that I'm very pleased with her work." "Yes, Senior. I'll be taking my leave now," the black-armored devilish being said with a respectful bow before exiting the room. Following his departure, a cold look appeared on Hanli's face as he murmured to himself, "Hee, so he built a private mine in secret, eh? In that case, everything makes sense." The black-armored devilish being had been sent by Violet Spirit. With her status as one of sacred ancestor Lu Ji's disciples, she had a considerable amount of influence in the Blue Waterfall Lake and could call upon many subordinates. As such, it was naturally a simple task for her to investigate the origins of a spatial tempering stage being. In less than a day, Violet Spirit had identified him and gathered all of the information surrounding his private mine. In reality, it was not uncommon to see private mines being excavated in secret in the Blue Waterfall Lake. Wu Yu and his group's private mine had been opened on a mine vein of a rather low caliber, and he was a late spatial tempering stage being, so even though the other powers were aware of this, they didn't step in. How could so much premium foreign devilish metal have been mined from a low-quality mine vein? There has to be some hidden circumstances involved, Hanli mused to himself. With that in mind, he didn't hesitate any longer and made a hand seal as he closed his eyes to activate the spiritual sense marks he had left on Wu Yu and the others. With his current fearsome powers, they were naturally completely unable to sense what he had done. Shortly thereafter, a rather peculiar look appeared on Hanli's face. He could sense that most of Wu Yu's group had already left Blue Waterfall City, but there were two spiritual sense marks that were only several kilometers away and were slowly approaching him. Hanli was naturally quite surprised to see this, and he released his spiritual sense out of his room toward the direction where the two marks were situated. Moments later, Hanli was able to identify the approaching duo as a devilish man and a devilish woman. The man looked to be in his 30s while the woman appeared to be in her 20s, and they seemed to be a couple. Through Hanli's spiritual sense detection, he could see that they had just emerged from a beast-drawn carriage, and after a brief discussion, they continued on toward the inn that Hanli was staying in on foot. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hanli quickly guessed why this devilish couple were doing this, and he ascertained that they had most likely come here to see him. Thus, he smiled and withdrew his spiritual sense before waiting in his room. Sure enough, not long after that, the two spiritual sense marks appeared outside the room that he was staying in. However, the two of them seemed to be rather hesitant and were indecisive about how to proceed. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly, and his lips tremored slightly a few times. In the next instant, his voice abruptly rang out in the ears of the devilish couple. "Seeing as you're already here, why don't you come in?" The couple's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this, and they exchanged a glance, following which the devilish man gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. Senior Han has already detected us, so there's no turning back." The devilish woman nodded with a wry smile after a brief hesitation, and thus, the two of them entered the room. They were immediately greeted by the sight of a rather small hall, and Hanli was seated on a chair inside the hall, appraising them with an indifferent expression. "We pay our respects to Senior Han." The devilish couple hurriedly bowed toward Hanli in unison. "No need for formalities. Why have you two followed me here?" Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Hanli asked. Your wisdom is truly unmatched, Senior. We do indeed have something we'd like to tell you, the devilish man said with a fawning smile. Go on then, I have many things to attend to, so I don't have much time to waste, Hanli prompted. The devilish couple exchanged another glance upon hearing this, following which the devilish man mustered up his courage and said, Senior Han, does your previous offer still stand? Previous offer? Oh, you're talking about what I said to Wu Yu before I left, right? Of course it does. Are you too interested in disclosing the information to me? Hanli asked in a calm manner. We are. We actually know more than Wu Yu about the specific area where the foreign devilish metal was mined, as we were there in person when this batch of foreign devilish metal was excavated. If you're willing to issue the promised devil stones to us, we'd be more than happy to reveal this information to you, Senior, the devilish man replied in an elated manner. Wu Yu doesn't know you came here, right? Hanli asked instead of giving a direct response. Indeed. It's not that we wanted to do this behind Wu Yu's back. Wu Yu was the one who wronged us first. We were overseeing the proceedings at the mine when the batch of foreign devilish metal was excavated, so they'd been planning to dump everything on our heads if we were to be caught. They want us to be their scapegoats, and if we hadn't overheard them discussing this by chance, we'd still be completely in the dark. On top of that, Wu Yu is only going to split a very small portion of the devil stones with us, and we're naturally unwilling to settle for this after taking such a huge risk, the devilish man said in an indignant manner. I don't care about what happens between you and Wu Yu. As long as you provide me with satisfactory information, I'll give you the amount of devil stones I promised earlier, Hanli said in an emotionless manner. Thank you, Senior. I'm sure the information we have will satisfy you, the devilish man immediately replied in an elated manner. All right, then go ahead, Hanli prompted. This batch of foreign devilish metal was excavated from the first private mine that we opened, and it was discovered by myself and my Dao companion. However, it was found at the deepest part of the mine in an extremely secluded area, so without proper guidance, it's very difficult to find the entrance to that area. We only stumbled upon it after running the mine for close to 100 years. The exact location is. Thus, the devilish man began to disclose the information that he had, and Hanli occasionally interjected to ask some questions. After all of his questions had been answered by the devilish couple, Hanli nodded with a pleased expression, and said, The information you've provided to me will save me a lot of trouble, so I'll be issuing you the devil stones that I promised. However, if I find that the information you provided me with is false, you won't be alive to spend the devil stones. Is there anything you'd like to add? Hanli said in a cold voice as a red storage bracelet that was filled with devil stones appeared in his hand. Rest assured, Senior, we wouldn't dare to lie to you, the devilish man said with a fawning smile as he glanced at the storage bracelet in Hanli's hand with a hint of yearning in his eyes. Hee, I certainly hope so. All right, you can go now, Hanli said as he flicked a wrist, tossing the storage bracelet toward the couple. The devilish man caught the bracelet and immediately injected his spiritual sense into it. Upon discovering that it was filled with devil stones, he immediately extended an ecstatic bow before backing out of the room with the woman as he said, Thank you, Senior. We won't occupy any more of your time now. After that, the couple arrived in a secluded alley near the inn, and the woman asked, Did Senior Han give us the promised number of devil stones? I didn't check it thoroughly, but it should be the right amount. Judging from how generous he was, I'm sure he wouldn't try to fool us over something like this. I didn't think that he would hand over the devil stones so easily. Looks like we won't have to use the trump cards we prepared now, the devilish man replied with an excited expression. The woman was ecstatic to hear this, but a cautious look then appeared on his face. What do we do next? Do we leave the Blue Waterfall Lake according to the route you had planned? We definitely can't stay in the Blue Waterfall Lake any longer, but we can't take the route that you stipulated either. We'll have to go in another direction. With these devil stones, we won't have to suck up to him as servants any longer, the devilish man immediately replied, having clearly already considered this matter. All right, we'll do as you say, the woman agreed after a brief hesitation. Thus, the two of them hailed a beast-drawn carriage before traveling toward the nearest city gate. Meanwhile, Hanli was still seated in his chair, contemplating the information that he had just received. As he was listening to the devilish man's account, he had unleashed a very subtle type of secret technique. This secret technique wasn't as effective as a soul search technique, but it was very potent for determining whether someone was telling the truth. Otherwise, with his cautious nature, there was no way that he would have handed over the devil stones so easily. As long as the information that the devilish man had revealed to him was truthful, he didn't care if some details had been withheld. Of course, he had chosen to take this route as capturing the couple and using a soul search technique on them could attract attention from other high-grade devilish beings staying in the inn, which would be quite troublesome. After contemplating the situation for a while longer, Hanli suddenly rose to his feet, and murmured to himself, "So be it, time is of the essence, so I'll let him go and visit the private mine right now." Around 8 hours later, he had already reached a very deep point in the mine, and the crossroads were becoming fewer and fewer. The pits on the walls also gradually became less and less prevalent, and at the end, they became almost non-existent. However, from the ore fragments that were scattered on the ground, it could be seen that the quality of the ore here had clearly improved significantly. It was no wonder that the mine slaves were still unwilling to abandon this mine tunnel even though they knew they had already deviated from the designated route. Just as Hanli was thinking this to himself, his footsteps suddenly drew to a halt. The tunnel up ahead had been filled by countless loose rocks, indicating that someone had intentionally collapsed the tunnel. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly as he continued onward, and the white ball of light above his head vanished as yellow light flashed from his body, and he phased into the rocks up ahead as if he possessed no substantial form. Shortly thereafter, Hanli had passed through the collapsed section of the tunnel and emerged on the other side. The yellow light emanating from his body faded, and he began to inspect his surroundings. As a result, he discovered that there was still a tunnel up ahead, but this one was far smaller and cruder than the previous ones, clearly having been created not long ago. Hanli's gaze was then drawn to a black and white shard on the ground, and he waved a hand through the air to draw it into his palm before carefully examining it. "It really is foreign devilish metal. This is the place," Hanli murmured to himself as he tossed the foreign devilish metal shard aside with an elated expression. Immediately thereafter, he closed his eyes and released his enormous spiritual sense toward the area up ahead. A short while later, Hanli reopened his eyes, and a surprised look appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, This mine tunnel is remarkably long, and there seems to be a natural restriction up ahead that's keeping out my spiritual sense. There seem to be people in there as well, judging from their lowly cultivation bases, they should be the mine slaves. Perhaps they can be of some use to me." After that, he continued into the dark tunnel up ahead. Shortly thereafter, he arrived in a small cave that had recently been excavated, and there were 3 dark-skinned devilish mine slaves with tattered clothing kneeling on the ground with horrified expressions. These 3 mine slaves each had a pair of horns on their heads, and it was clear they were of the same race. "So you're saying everyone aside from the 3 of you have been slaughtered?" Hanli asked with a calm expression. One of the mine slaves shuddered and hurriedly replied, "Yes, Senior. We were quite alert and separated ourselves from the group in advance to hide here. Otherwise, we would most likely be dead as well. I suppose it's only to be expected that they would try to silence you. I'm assuming all of the foreign devilish metal here was mined by you and your fellow mine slaves, right?" Hanli asked. According to the locations where the baleful Yin Qi had seeped out, Hanli had concluded that if there were any 5 elemental yin-yang true light to be found here, it would most likely be under this new mine tunnel. Thus, he immediately returned to this tunnel after dismissing the 3 mine slaves, then swept a sleeve through the air to release around a dozen balls of azure light. The balls of light then transformed into a series of azure ape puppets, each of which was around 10 feet tall and were giving off cold auras. Hanli issued an instruction to these puppets through his spiritual sense, and they immediately strode into the mine tunnel to mine the foreign devilish metal there. After that, Hanli pondered the situation for a moment before releasing a small golden beast out of his sleeve. It was none other than the leopard Kirin beast, and it had clearly been taking a nap in the spirit beast bracelet. As soon as it emerged, it opened its bleary eyes in a disoriented and rather adorable manner. Hanli was quite amused by this, and he instructed, "Keep a lookout and don't let any outsiders come in here." After that, yellow light flashed from his body, and he sank directly into the ground. Only then did the leopard Kirin beast fully understand the situation, and it immediately sprang to its feet to stand on lookout while also overseeing the azure ape puppets. All of the azure ape puppets possessed core formation stage power, allowing them to easily tear through the hard soil to extract the pieces of foreign devilish metal buried within it. It would have taken over 100 mine slaves around a month to completely mine this tunnel, but the puppets were able to do this in less than 6 hours. Thus, the leopard Kirin beast collected all of the foreign devilish metal into a storage bracelet before waiting on the spot along with the azure ape puppets. Around 2 hours later, the leopard Kirin beast was growing very impatient, but just as it was planning to take a stroll, the entire mine tunnel suddenly tremored violently. Countless rock fragments rolled down from the stone walls, and it was as if the tunnel were about to collapse at any moment. The leopard Kirin beast faltered slightly upon seeing this before immediately splitting up into several projections that shot forth through the air. All of the azure ape puppets were quickly stowed away, following which the projections combined as one again before flying upward as a streak of golden light. In the instant that the leopard Kirin beast departed, the mine tunnel finally collapsed amid a resounding boom. Countless loose rocks came crashing down, and the entire mine tunnel was instantly filled. Right at this moment, the giant sword-like mountain on the surface also quaked violently before collapsing amid an earth-shattering boom. Countless rocks of different sizes were sent flying in all directions, and it was as if doomsday had arrived. A sharp howl rang out, and a golden figure emerged from amidst the countless rocks before rising up into the air, revealing itself to be the leopard Kirin beast. The beast looked down at the collapsed mountain, and a hint of concern appeared in its eyes. Almost at the exact same moment, an explosive boom akin to a rumbling thunderclap rang out, and countless rocks erupted into the heavens like a volcanic eruption from the site where the giant mountain had once stood. The leopard Kirin beast was quite startled to see this, and it quickly swept a paw through the air, unleashing a series of golden claw projections that eradicated all of the rocks flying toward it. All of a sudden, a long cry akin to a dragon's roar erupted from down below, and an azure sword projection that was over 100 feet in length abruptly emerged from the ground. All of the rocks in its path were instantly destroyed, and Hanli appeared in mid-air amid a flash of azure light. His face was slightly pale, and he was holding a fist-sized green rock that was enveloped in a ball of green light in one hand, and a giant shimmering golden sword that was around 10 feet in length in his other hand. The leopard Kirin beast was ecstatic to see him, and it immediately sprang to his side before rubbing its furry head against his leg in an affectionate manner. Hanli turned and gave the leopard Kirin beast a smile as he patted its head, and said, "Be careful, there's a fearsome beast down there that'll take some killing." As opposed to being alarmed by this, the leopard Kirin beast was ecstatic at the prospect of an enemy. Golden patterns emerged all over its body as it swelled drastically in size amid a loud roar, instantly transforming into a giant golden beast that was several tens of feet in length. Several enraged cries rang out down below, following which the ground tremored violently, and a yellow monster suddenly emerged. The monster had a dozen or so compound eyes on the top of its head, and all of those eyes were scrutinizing Hanli in a vicious manner. Not only was the monster as massive as a mountain, its yellow skin was riddled with rocks of different colors and sizes, some of which were extremely valuable gemstones. This is a magnetic light beast. I've heard of this type of beast before, but never did I think I would see one here. Looks like I have this beast to thank for this piece of 5 elemental yin-yang true light that I just found. This beast has been with this piece of 5 elemental yin-yang true light, so it must possess some of the true light's power. If I can capture and refine it, I should have enough materials to refine another extreme mountain, Hanli murmured to himself with a smile as he glanced at the giant beast down below, then at the green rock in his hand. Right at this moment, the giant beast let loose another furious roar, and it swept its pair of massive hands upward in a vicious manner. The pair of huge hands blurred as they flashed through the air, sending a series of white shockwaves hurtling directly toward Hanli. Hanli merely flipped a hand over as he remained on the spot, and a small black mountain appeared in front of him amid a flash of gray light. The mountain was several tens of feet in size, and it was none other than the Extreme Essence Fused Mountain. The white shockwaves struck the mountain amid a string of resounding booms, but the small black mountain remained completely resolute and immovable. Meanwhile, the leopard Kirin beast sprang forward, splitting up into around a dozen identical projections that pounced viciously toward the magnetic light beast. The projections appeared all around the giant beast before sweeping their paws through the air, sending countless claw projections crashing into the massive beast's body. Countless balls of golden light exploded all over the giant beast's body, and some of the rocks embedded into its skin were knocked loose, but the beast itself remained completely unscathed. However, it had been infuriated by the leopard Kirin beast's provocative attacks, and it instantly shifted its attention to the projections around it. All of a sudden, a dozen or so pillars of 5-colored light erupted out of its compound eyes before enveloping the surrounding golden beast projections within them in a flash. All of the leopard Kirin beast projections were completely immobilized by the pillars of 5-colored light, and they weren't even able to bat an eyelid. In the next instant, a vicious look appeared on the giant beast's face, and the pillars of 5-colored light rotated on the spot, upon which the leopard Kirin beast projections within them were instantly sliced into countless pieces as if they were being attacked by countless sharp blades. However, all of the projections merely vanished without even a single drop of blood being shed, clearly indicating that none of them were the leopard Kirin beast's true body. The magnetic light beast had clearly also realized this, and its fury became further exacerbated as the 5-colored pillars of light erupting out of its compound eyes became thicker before sweeping violently through the surrounding space. All of a sudden, one of the pillars of light faltered, and the leopard Kirin beast was forced to stumble out of thin air. The giant beast was ecstatic to see this, and it immediately focused all of the pillars of light onto the leopard Kirin beast. The pillars of light combined as one to form an extremely thick pillar of light that hurtled directly toward the leopard Kirin beast. The leopard Kirin beast was very alarmed by this, and it attempted to flee the scene, but the space around it had become as hard as iron and steel, rendering it unable to escape in a short time. The thick pillar of light was about to envelop its body, and it began to panic as it hurriedly cried for help. In this critical juncture, Hanli's voice rang out from up above. So now you know to be scared. Even I was caught off guard and almost wounded by this thing, you're still no match for it at this point. As soon as his voice trailed off, a golden sword projection that was over 1,000 feet in length swept through the air to slice through the golden pillar of light down the middle. The leopard Kirin beast was instantly freed, and it immediately sprang toward Hanli as a golden shadow. After just a few flashes, it appeared beside Hanli with a dejected look on its face. Hanli was holding the huge golden sword in one hand and the green stone in the other, and he gave the pitiable leopard Kirin beast a reassuring smile. However, before he could say anything, the magnetic light beast suddenly flew into a thunderous rage. Around a dozen more pillars of five-colored light erupted out of its compound eyes, and the rocks all over its body also came crashing down toward Hanli like a meteor shower. These were downright diminutive compared to the magnetic light beast's enormous frame, but even the smallest ones were as large as human heads, and the largest ones were the sizes of houses, so this was a very formidable storm. However, Hanli's expression remained completely unchanged upon seeing this, and he quickly stowed the giant golden sword away before pointing a finger at the small black mountain before him in an unhurried manner. All of a sudden, several silver runes flashed on the surface of the mountain, and it swelled to several thousand feet in size, shielding both Hanli and the leopard Kirin beast behind it. The five-colored pillars of light and storm of rocks were all kept at bay by the gray light being released by the black mountain, and Hanli took a deep breath before opening his mouth to release a ball of azure chi, which vanished into the mountain in a flash. In the next instant, a loud buzzing sound rang out from the entire mountain, and waves of gray light began to surge out of it in a frenzy, forming a giant halo with a diameter of around 500 meters. The halo was extremely dense and descended like a substantial object. It did so in a completely silent manner, but the aura it was releasing was extremely fearsome, and all of the air around it was being rapidly dispersed. Even the sky in a radius of 5 kilometers had dimmed as a result. The extreme essence-fused mountain hadn't become fundamentally different, but as Hanli's cultivation base had become more and more powerful, the mountain itself had also become more formidable. The magnetic light beast hurriedly attacked the giant halo with its compound eyes and the rocks on its body, all to no avail, and a hint of fear finally appeared in its eyes. It seemed to be aware that it was in a dire situation, and it suddenly let loose a loud roar before slumping down onto the ground. Immediately thereafter, five-colored light swirled over its body, and it suddenly began to turn transparent, as if it were transforming into a translucent crystal. At the very center of the crystal was a massive ball of green light, within which was a green rock that was very similar to the one in Hanli's hand, except this one was many times larger and a lot lighter in color. Is it about to make a final struggle? This would be a good opportunity to see which one is more powerful among the legendary 5 elemental yin-yang true light and my divine essence fused light. Hanli murmured to himself as an excited gleam appeared in his eyes. After that, more gray light erupted out of the black mountain at his behest, and the gray halo expanded drastically once again to encompass virtually the entire sky. Right as the massive halo was about to descend upon the magnetic light beast, the giant beast curled up into a ball, and a ball of piercing 5-colored light erupted out of the green stone within its body. Through the giant beast's translucent body, the light was magnified by over 100-fold, forming a dazzling disk of light that was no smaller than the gray halo, and it rose up into the air amid a sharp screeching sound. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom rang out as the two gargantuan objects clashed, sending shockwaves sweeping forth in all directions. At the same time, countless gray threads erupted into the air amidst the shockwaves, and the halo and disk both vanished in a flash. Hanli was quite stunned to see this, as the magnetic light beast was only at the mid-body integration stage, yet the attack manifested by its 5 elemental yin-yang true light was able to match the power of his divine essence fused light. This meant that even if the 5 elemental yin-yang true light's ability to fuse with all cultivation arts and abilities were to be discounted, it would still be more powerful than divine essence fused light as a pure weapon alone. It was no wonder that the refinement method of the integrated 5 extremes mountain stated that the 5 elemental yin-yang extreme mountain would be the most difficult one to refine. With that in mind, Hanli was even more determined to slay this beast, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which he transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall amid a flash of golden light. He then made a grabbing motion, and the black mountain before him quickly shrank down to just over 100 feet in size before being drawn into his furry grasp. He then let loose a thunderous roar, and the Provenance True Devil projection also appeared behind him. The projection's three identical faces were completely expressionless, and an inky black demonic eye appeared on each of its glabellas before slowly opening and scrutinizing the giant beast down below. All of a sudden, three thin black threads shot forth in unison out of the demonic eyes, then instantly transformed into pillars of black light that were as thick as human arms before vanishing in a flash. Almost at the exact same moment, Hanli hurled the black mountain viciously downward, and it also disappeared amid an explosive boom. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air several tens of feet above the magnetic light beast, and the three pillars of black light erupted forth in unison. The small black mountain also abruptly emerged in another direction before hurtling toward the beast as a ball of black light. The magnetic light beast was naturally very alarmed by this, and it curled up into a ball again as the green stone within its body lit up with even greater radiance. From a distance, it looked as if a scintillating five-colored sun were slowly rising up from within its body. Violent energy fluctuations were released by the five-colored sun, and a burst of incredible power surged out of it in a frenzy. Right at this moment, the small black mountain struck the five-colored sun amid a resounding boom, and the surface of the five-colored sun caved in significantly as black and five-colored light intertwined. Almost at the exact same moment, the three pillars of black light also struck the same spot on the five-colored sun one after another. An ear-splitting screech abruptly rang out, and holes were finally punched into the five-colored sun by the string of attacks, revealing the body of the magnetic light beast within it. However, the five-colored light around the holes that had been created surged, and the holes quickly began to seal. Hanli naturally wasn't going to allow that to happen, and he took a step forward before instantly vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted beside the five-colored sun, and Hanli re-emerged before reaching out like lightning toward the hole created by his previous attacks. The magnetic light beast clearly knew that it was in a life-or-death situation, and it let loose a thunderous roar of fury as a translucent spear then shot forth out of its body, hurtling directly toward Hanli's outstretched hand. Not only was the spear extremely sharp, it was giving off a powerful glacial aura due to certain rare stones embedded in the giant beast's body, and a burst of fearsome glacial power instantly surged toward Hanli. The magnetic light beast wasn't very intelligent, but it possessed a wealth of battle experience, and it knew that it would be able to survive this ordeal as long as it could briefly impede Hanli's attack. A cold smile appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this, and a burst of silver flames suddenly erupted from the fingertips of his outstretched hand. The flames then instantly covered his entire hand as he continued to grab toward the translucent spear. The giant flame-covered hand struck the glacial spear in a ferocious clash, but no sound or energy fluctuations erupted as a result. Not only was the spear unable to pierce into Hanli's hand, it was completely swept up and inundated by the silver flames. Within the span of just a single breath, the spear had been melted into liquid, then disintegrated without being able to offer up any resistance. Not only that, but Hanli's hand wasn't impeded in the slightest, and it reached into the hole in a flash before grabbing viciously onto the magnetic light beast's body. A crisp crack rang out as the giant hand pierced into the giant beast's body with ease before grabbing firmly onto the glowing green rock. However, right as Hanli tried to withdraw his hand, the magnetic light beast suddenly let loose a roar of agony, and a burst of enormous power erupted to lock his hand in place. Hanli harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and the silver flames burning around his hand swelled drastically in size, completely enveloping the green rock before immediately beginning to refine it. A sizzling sound rang out as the giant beast shuddered, and the five-colored sun vanished to reveal its giant body. Right at this moment, golden light flashed from Hanli's body and he swelled to close to 10,000 feet tall, then slammed a mountainous golden palm onto the giant beast's head. With Hanli's unfathomable strength in his giant mountain ape form, the massive beast's head was slammed into the ground without being able to offer any resistance. The giant beast let loose one agonized howl after another as it thrashed with all its might, frantically slamming its flailing limbs into Han Li's body, but all of its efforts proved to be futile. Han Li continued to hold on to its head in a vice-like grip. The giant beast's attacks were easily repelled amid flashes of golden light, and Han Li was left completely unscathed. Meanwhile, the silver flames burned with greater and greater ferocity within the magnetic light beast's body, while the green rock quickly began to dim, and the giant beast's struggles began to wane. Finally, after one more screech of despair, the magnetic light beast fell completely still and unresponsive. Han Li immediately raised his hand and clenched it into a tight fist before aiming a vicious punch at the giant beast's head. The magnetic light beast's head was instantly smashed into countless crystalline fragments, and at the same time, a ball of green light shot forth into the distance in a flash. It was none other than the magnetic light beast's soul. However, Han Li was already prepared for this, and he opened his mouth to release a golden sword projection, which swept through the entire area within a radius of several hundred feet. The magnetic light beast's soul was naturally caught in the scope of the attack, and was instantly destroyed. Only then did Han Li manage to withdraw his hand from within the giant beast's body, and at this point, it was well and truly dead within the silver flames. The green rock had rapidly shrunk down to a green crystal that had a diameter of only around 1 foot and was giving off a gentle green light. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he rapidly shrank down, reverting back to his human form amid a flash of golden light. Spatial fluctuations then erupted beside him, and the leopard Kirin beast appeared beside him before appraising the crystal in his hand with curiosity in its eyes. Han Li patted the leopard Kirin beast's head as he murmured to himself, "I didn't think that I would obtain this much material from refining the beast's devilish core. With this much material, I should be able to refine the 5 elemental yin-yang extreme mountain." The leopard Kirin beast appraised the green crystal for a while longer before suddenly yawning in a drowsy manner, and Han Li was rather amused by this. He swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of azure light that swept up the leopard Kirin beast before stowing it away into his sleeve. After that, he inspected his surroundings to find that the area in a radius of over 50 kilometers around him had been severely ravaged by the battle he had just endured against the magnetic light beast. The ground was riddled with pits and craters, and the nearby mountains had all been severely damaged. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. Even with his unfathomable powers, he couldn't cover up such a widespread scene of destruction. After considering the situation for a moment, he rubbed his hands together before raising them in unison, releasing countless balls of silver flames that enshrouded the magnetic light beast's entire body before incinerating it into ashes. As for the rest of the signs of battle, Han Li simply ignored them and flew away as a streak of azure light. This was a rather secluded place, but his battle against the magnetic light beast had resulted in a massive commotion, so high-grade devilish beings were most likely going to arrive on the scene soon. With Han Li's current level of power, he was naturally incredibly fast, and shortly thereafter, he was already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the site of the battle. Not long after Han Li's departure, spatial fluctuations erupted in the distance, and a ball of blue light emerged before rapidly flying toward the place where the magnetic light beast had just been slain. The blue light faded, and a huge bird that was covered in blue flames appeared. The bird had a pair of silver eyes, and after quickly flying over the nearby area, it suddenly transformed into a blue-robed middle-aged woman. The woman had a set of ordinary facial features and wore a cold expression that matched the glacial aura she was giving off. Before the blue-robed woman had a chance to inspect the signs of battle that had just taken place, her expression suddenly changed slightly, and she cast her gaze toward another direction. Shortly thereafter, golden light flashed in that direction, and a golden flying boat appeared. The golden boat appeared to be flying at a leisurely rate, but it somehow managed to cover a distance of over 10,000 feet in the blink of an eye, arriving close to the blue-robed woman. "You seem to be a little late, Lu Ji," the the blue-robed woman said in an indifferent manner. I'm not the one who's late, it's you who's early, Sister Lan Pu. A delightful female voice rang out in response from within the boat, following which a slender young woman emerged amid a flash of azure light. You know full well whether I'm early or not. Why have you suddenly decided to pay me a visit? The blue-robed woman asked in a cold voice. One of the two women was a clone of sacred ancestor Lu Ji, while the other was the true body of sacred ancestor Lan Pu. Neither of them paid any heed to the wreckage down below and began to discuss other topics instead. I've sent a clone all the way here, so I naturally have something to offer you in exchange for the assistance you provided me with last time, the young woman replied with a smile. However, Lan Pu's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. We agreed that we'll no longer have any ties after I lent you my assistance on that occasion, so why are you bringing that up now? Are you trying to threaten me? Lan Pu asked with a dark expression. Don't make it sound so bad, I wouldn't do that to you, Sister Lan. Contrary to what you might think, I really did come here for your sake. Bao Hua has returned to our holy realm, and she recently endured a battle against Tian Qi and He Yen, Lu Jie replied. Bao Hua has returned and she was able to battle Tian Qi and He Yen. Is that true? Does that mean she's recovered her powers? Lan Pu's face immediately paled upon hearing this, clearly indicating that she was very wary of Bao Hua. I'm not sure if she's recovered her powers, but from what I've heard, she met Yuan Yen at the Devilish Origin Sea, then destroyed the physical bodies of Tian Qi and He Yen during their battle. I sent someone to inquire Tian Qi and He Yen about the situation, and they informed me that she's already managed to cultivate the legendary Profound Heavenly Spirit domain using the Profound Heavenly Floral Tree, Lu Ji replied with a solemn expression. She's mastered the Profound Heavenly Spirit domain. Isn't that an ability that only true immortals can attain? How did she manage to cultivate it? Lan Pu exclaimed. Bao Hua once discussed this with me back when we were on friendly terms. According to her, she once obtained an incomplete cultivation art for the Profound Heavenly Spirit domain that had most likely descended into our holy realm by chance during ancient times. At the time, she told me that it would perhaps be able to complement her Profound Heavenly Floral Tree, but never did I think that she would actually be able to attain a complete Profound Heavenly Spirit domain. According to Tian Qi and He Yen, she's only attained a Profound Heavenly Spirit domain of the lowest caliber, but it definitely is a complete domain, Lu Ji sighed in a concerned manner. Lan Pu seemed to know Bao Hua very well, and after a moment of contemplation, she analyzed, hold on, if she's already recovered her powers and attained a Profound Heavenly Spirit domain, why did she go into hiding? With her personality, she would already be actively hunting you down to recover her position of matriarch. She's most likely only recovered a portion of her power, and she must have incurred some damage during her battle against Tian Qi and He Yen as well. It seems that great minds think alike, Sister Lan. This gives us even more reason to track her down and kill her while she's still vulnerable. Otherwise, if she recovers to her full power, you and I will both be on her hit list. If we manage to kill her, you can have all of her other treasures. I only want the Profound Heavenly Floral Tree and the cultivation art for the Profound Heavenly Spirit domain. According to my knowledge, Bao Hua has a treasure that's extremely useful for transcending tribulations, Lu Ji said. If Bao Hua hasn't recovered her powers yet, why are you including me in this? Why don't you just hunt her down with your clones instead? Don't tell me you're doing this out of the kindness of your heart. Lan Pu harumphed coldly in response. If I could do this alone, then I wouldn't have come to find you. As I'm sure you're aware, the true bodies of us three patriarchs are all busy dealing with the major tribulation of our realm. I do indeed have 6 clones, but one of them was recently killed by Bao Hua, and the new clone is currently cultivating in seclusion, so I won't be able to use it for at least a century. 2 of my clones are currently overseeing the battle in the spirit realm, and among my remaining 3 clones, one of them is a trump card of mine that I won't reveal to anyone unless it's absolutely necessary, and another one is looking after my cave abode, while the final one is speaking to you right now. On top of that, I've heard that Bao Hua was last sighted near the Blue Waterfall Lake, and you're by far the most powerful being in this area. If you're willing to deploy your forces to search for her, we'll be able to find her in no time, Bao Hua explained. Lan Pu was silent for a long while, but was unable to resist the temptation of Lu Ji's offer in the end, and she gritted her teeth as she said, I see. In that case, I really am obligated to help you. As long as Bao Hua really is residing nearby, I'll definitely be able to find her. However, in addition to all her other treasures, I want a copy of Cultivation Art of the Profound Heavenly Spirit Domain as well. Lu Ji was ecstatic to hear this, and she immediately agreed, that's not an issue. Alright, I'll go back and mobilize my forces to track down Bao Hua. By the way, it seems that something rather peculiar has just taken place here. Could it have something to do with Bao Hua? Lan Pu suddenly asked as she cast her gaze over the severely ravaged surrounding area. I don't think so. It seems that a battle has recently concluded here, and judging from the residual auras, it seems that the battle took place between someone and a devilish beast. You arrived here before I did you manage to discover anything? Lu Ji asked as she made a grabbing motion toward a certain direction. One of the gemstones that had previously been embedded in the magnetic light beast's body emerged from the soil and flew into her grasp, upon which she gave it a brief inspection. Whoever was here had already left by the time I got here. Perhaps it was some powerful late body integration stage being who just so happened to be passing by. We're currently in the season where blood-tooth rice is being harvested, so it's no surprise to see powerful devilish lords in the area, Lan Pu replied. Perhaps so. Speaking of blood-tooth rice, you've restricted the amount that can be sold to normal devilish beings, yet you're selling large amounts to the major powers for astronomical prices in secret. I must say, I'm very impressed by your ploy, Sister Lan, Lu Ji chuckled. I have no choice but to do this. The amount of blood-tooth rice that's produced really isn't enough to satisfy everyone's needs, and I don't want to offend too many powers, so I can only resort to this to maintain a certain level of stability, Lan Pu replied in a nonchalant manner. This is definitely a wise course of action. Otherwise, you'll be making a lot of enemies for yourself if you didn't regulate the sales of blood-tooth rice, but doing things this way keeps all sides relatively happy. By the way, I have 2 disciples who just so happen to require blood-tooth rice to strengthen their bodies. Would you be able to sell me some as well? Lu Ji asked with a smile. You can have some free of charge, Lan Pu replied in a display of generosity. Lu Ji was ecstatic to hear this, and she hurriedly said, You have my thanks, Sister Lan. Alright, let's split up for now. I've also brought along some trusted subordinates with me, and they'll be able to help out in the search for Bao Hua as well. Lan Pu had no objections to this, so she replied, Alright, I'll be returning to Blue Waterfall City then. After that, she flew away as a ball of blue light, leaving Lu Ji on her own. After Lan Pu had completely disappeared into the distance, Lu Ji's smile faded, and she looked down at the gemstone in her hand with a cold expression. Her brows then furrowed slightly as if she had identified something, but couldn't decide what she wanted to do. However, it didn't take her long to make a decision, and she crushed the gemstone into powder as she murmured to herself with a cold smile, seeing as 5 elemental yin-yang true light has appeared, I certainly can't just let it slip. Looks like I'll have to hunt down the person who obtained this true light as well. After that, she flew back onto her flying boat, and countless runes surged out of the flying treasure before it flew away toward another direction. Meanwhile, Hanli was already on his way back to Blue Waterfall City, and he was appraising the first green rock that he had obtained with a faint smile on his face. As a safety precaution, he had flown around in a huge circle before returning to the city from another direction. After a short while, Hanli stowed the green rock away amid a flash of spiritual light, and it was replaced by a piece of foreign devilish metal. The smile on his face became even more pronounced at the sight of this piece of metal. This was one of the pieces of foreign devilish metal that the Azure Ape puppets had mined, and not only was there no less foreign devilish metal than what he had obtained from Wuyu, close to half of them contained mysterious crystalline beads, a discovery that naturally made Hanli extremely excited. With such a large number of those crystalline beads, they would be able to save him over 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. Hanli looked on at her departing figure and was struck by the urge to say something, but only managed a faint sigh in the end as a hint of dejection also crept into his eyes. 2 days later, Hanli was standing atop a peak of a small mountain near Blue Waterfall City, looking on at the massive boundless blue waterfall lake in silence. It was currently early morning, so the sky was still quite dim, and the water vapor permeating over the lake made the air very moist and humid. All of a sudden, Hanli raised an eyebrow and said, "Seeing as you've arrived, why don't you show yourself, fellow Daoist? Are you afraid that I've set up an ambush for you?" Spatial fluctuations erupted up above, and a gray-robed man in a conical bamboo hat appeared before replying, "Hee, this is quite a significant deal, so it certainly couldn't hurt to be careful. Have you brought all of the blood-tooth rice I requested?" Hanli asked as he turned around to face the gray-robed man. "Of course, I had to pay quite a heavy price to gather the staggering number that you requested, so I'm going to have to raise the price by 20%, the gray-robed man replied. Hanli's expression instantly darkened slightly upon hearing this. "Oh. I've never heard of anyone raising the price at the point of transaction. If you want to go with the original price, then I can only give you a third of what you requested. You can't expect me to incur a loss for you, fellow Daoist," the gray-robed man chuckled in a nonchalant manner. After pondering the situation for a while, Hanli harumphed coldly in response, "Humph, you expect me to believe that you'll be incurring a loss. So be it, I still have other matters to attend to, so I don't have time to waste here. I'll give you the extra 20%. However, you have to ensure that the quality of the blood-tooth rice is up to standard." "Haha, rest assured, fellow Daoist, all of the blood-tooth rice I've brought with me are of a premium standard," the gray-robed man replied in an ecstatic voice. "I certainly hope so," Hanli said in an indifferent manner before sweeping a sleeve through the air, sending a black bracelet flying directly toward the gray-robed man. "Oh. You're handing over the devil stones first? You seem to have a lot of trust in me, fellow Daoist." The gray-robed man was rather taken aback by this gesture, but he immediately drew the bracelet into his grasp before injecting his spiritual sense into it. Hanli merely gave a cold smile and offered no response. Moments later, a pleased look appeared on the gray-robed man's face, and he stowed the bracelet away as he said, "You must be a very powerful man to be able to bring out so many devil stones at once. Seeing as you've kept your end of the deal, I certainly won't revoke on my end. Brother Fong, bring out the blood-tooth rice." As soon as his voice trailed off, green light flashed in the air even higher above him, and a green humanoid figure appeared in a wraith-like manner. The green figure sent a green storage bracelet flying toward Hanli with a flick of his wrist, and Hanli immediately drew the bracelet into his grasp before pressing it against his forehead to inspect its contents. Hanli's inspection was clearly far more thorough than that of the gray-robed man, and only after a long while did he finally remove the bracelet from his forehead. "It's a little expensive, but the quality you've provided really is quite outstanding." "Of course. Truth be told, I've had to delay my transactions with several other buyers to gather this batch of premium blood-tooth rice, so the price increase really was necessary," the gray-robed man chuckled in response. "All right, seeing as the transaction is complete, I'll be taking my leave now," Hanli said as he cupped his fist in a salute, then instantly flew away as a streak of azure light. After Hanli had disappeared into the distance, the gray-robed man remarked, "To think that he's able to fly away so easily despite the flight restrictions in place. It seems he's even more powerful than we anticipated. Seeing as we couldn't target him, then we'll naturally just treat this as a normal transaction." Having said that, all of the recent buyers seem to have been very powerful, so we haven't encountered many suitable targets, the green figure replied in a cold voice. Even sacred ancestors wouldn't want to cross those major powers. The only targets that we can prey on are those from smaller powers or no-name vagrant cultivators. Not only is this man very powerful, he's been purchasing foreign devilish metal in bulk in a very blatant manner as soon as he came to the city, so he's most likely from some major power and not someone to be messed with. It's already very fortunate that we were able to get an extra 20% out of him, the gray-robed man chuckled. His origins are too mysterious for us to ascertain in a short time anyway, and Mistress Lan Pu has already summoned us to return to the city, so it would be best to avoid unnecessary trouble, the green figure replied before vanishing into space once again amid a flash of green light. The gray-robed figure lingered for a while longer, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "I have a feeling that if we had tried to target that man, we would have been left to rue the decision." Instead of replying to Zhu Guo, Hanli turned to Daoist Xia, and asked, "Brother Xia, what do you think of this formation?" Daoist Xia also opened his eyes upon hearing this, and after a brief pause, he replied in an unhurried manner, "This seems to be an incomplete version of the 6 Extremes Azure Lightning formation. If I were you, I'd continue on toward the core of the formation. That's where the formation will be most powerful, but also the only point through which we can leave this formation." After that, Daoist Xia fell silent again. 6 Extremes Azure Lightning Formation. I've never heard of such a formation, but I'm sure you wouldn't falsely identify it. Let's keep going then. Regardless of whether this formation was set up to target us, there's only one way for us to get out of it, Hanli decided after a brief pause. After that, he gently tapped a foot down onto the flying carriage, and a gray light barrier instantly appeared around it. After that, it began to fly through the air again, but on this occasion, it was traveling more than twice as fast as it had previously. Zhu Guo looked around frantically with wide eyes, trying to glean any traces of the formation, but was unable to discover anything. "Don't bother looking, there's no way you'll be able to detect the formation with your current cultivation base," Hanli said. Immediately thereafter, he swept a sleeve through the air to send a golden sword projection flying out of the carriage. A resounding boom rang out as the space up ahead was torn apart by the golden sword projection, and a boundless sea of white mist suddenly appeared around them, significantly slowing the flying carriage's progress. Zhu Guo was very alarmed to see this, and Hanli explained, "This is only the beginning. If we had turned back, we would have activated even more powerful restrictions within the formation. Even so, the restrictions within this formation will begin to actively attack us soon. Even with your powers, you'll have to be careful, fellow Daoist Han," Daoist Xia cautioned without even opening his eyes. "Thank you for the words of caution, fellow Daoist Xia. I'll be sure to be on my guard," Hanli said as he raised both hands up into the air, releasing several tens of balls of spiritual light, all of which instantly vanished into the space surrounding the flying carriage. Those were all formation treasures, and in the next instant, a series of devilish patterns surged out of the flying carriage, forming a string of formations on its surface. After that, Hanli clasped his hand behind his back and looked on into the distance in silence. Blue light flashed within his eyes, and he was able to see some things through the layers of white mist. All of a sudden, his expression darkened slightly, and he made a hand seal while chanting something. A series of runes surged out of the black patterns on the walls of the flying carriage, instantly forming a black net of runes outside the gray light barrier. Moments later, the faint buzz of lightning began to ring out within the peaceful sea of mist. Initially, the sound wasn't very loud, but it soon escalated to rumbling thunderclaps, and azure lightning began to flash within the sea of mist. At the same time, a sea of white mist became as viscous as a swamp, slowing the flying carriage even further. Hanli harumphed coldly upon seeing this, then opened his mouth to release a burst of azure chi that vanished into the flying carriage in a flash. At the same time, azure light revolved around his feet as he injected bursts of spiritual power into the carriage. A faint buzzing sound rang out from the carriage, and the black net of runes outside tremored to disperse the surrounding white mist, allowing the carriage to speed up again. As the flying carriage accelerated onward, bolts of azure lightning began to appear around it, bombarding it from all sides like countless azure lightning snakes. Each bolt of lightning that struck the net made it tremor slightly, and with so many bolts of lightning crashing down upon it at once, the net was soon on the verge of falling apart. However, Hanli paid no heed to this and merely continued to spur the flying carriage onward at an incredible speed. Finally, the black net was destroyed by the azure lightning, and several tens of bolts of lightning came crashing down toward the flying carriage. Hanli immediately flicked his fingers upward in retaliation, and bolts of golden lightning erupted out of his fingertips, forming a net of golden lightning that kept the azure lightning at bay. During this moment of respite, the black patterns on the flying carriage released countless black runes to form another black net. Thus, despite the fearsome storm of lightning, Hanli was able to keep the flying carriage safe with relative ease using the formation and his divine devil bane lightning. In the blink of an eye, the flying carriage had traveled for close to 10,000 kilometers, and the mist had begun to thin out, but the concentration of azure lightning was steadily increasing, indicating that they were approaching the center of the formation. Shortly thereafter, a series of fist-sized balls of azure lightning appeared up ahead, but all of them merely hung in mid-air in a completely stationary manner. Right at this moment, a female voice suddenly rang out in the distance. "Sister Bao Hua, you've already exhausted all of your tricks, there's no way you'll be able to get away now. If you surrender now, I can leave a wisp of your soul behind to enter the cycle of reincarnation." Hanli's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, but before he had a chance to do anything, the mist up ahead suddenly dispersed, and they arrived in a world of lightning that spanned an area of over 10,000 acres. Bolts and balls of azure lightning could be seen everywhere, and a portion of the lightning was currently crashing toward a ball of yellow light situated at the center. Within the ball of light was a black devilish beast that was several hundred feet in length. The beast's appearance was similar to that of a crocodile, and it had a strange horn on its head. It was wearing a suit of black scale armor, and was releasing black mist that transformed into a dozen or so giant tentacles, which were frantically lashing out at the azure lightning outside. Many of the bolts of lightning that were struck by the black tentacles were instantly reduced to nothingness, and meanwhile, there was a woman in a white dress behind the black devilish beast, seated on a pink lotus flower while making a hand seal with one hand. In her other hand, she was holding a short yellow truncheon, and her eyes were tightly shut. Bursts of yellow light were constantly surging out of the truncheon in her hand before injecting themselves into the surrounding ball of light to bolster it. However, the amount of azure lightning in the surrounding area was simply far too staggering, and there were thousands of bolts of lightning crashing down upon the ball of light in unison almost every single moment. The yellow light was seemingly indestructible and was able to suppress the power of lightning, but in the face of such a fearsome barrage, it clearly wouldn't be able to last much longer. As soon as Hanli caught sight of the woman in white, his pupils instantly contracted, but he then immediately caught a glimpse of two other people. One of them was a blue-robed woman, while the other was a slender young woman, and they were standing at the edge of this world of lightning. The former was standing atop a giant blue turtle with 6 azure flags hovering before her, while the other was standing on a giant golden wheel, holding a silver Buddha statue in her hand. The one who had just spoken was none other than the young woman on the golden wheel, and Hanli's expression immediately darkened at the sight of them. He didn't know who the blue-robed woman was, but the young woman was identical to the image of Lu Ji that Violet's spirit had provided him with using a jade slip. Even though she was only at the late body integration stage, he naturally wouldn't dare to regard her as a normal late-stage devilish lord. As for the blue-robed woman, his spiritual sense was unable to ascertain her exact cultivation base, so she was clearly a sacred ancestor. As such, even with Daoist Xie's help, it definitely wouldn't be easy for him to oppose this duo. However, the arrival of Han Li clearly came as a surprise to the two women as well. The young woman turned to Han Li with furrowed brows before asking, "What's going on here, Sister Lan? Didn't you say that we definitely wouldn't be disrupted here in the 6 Extremes Azure Lightning Formation? Why didn't your clone stop these people? Do you think it's that easy to set up such a massive formation? All of my clones are preoccupied with keeping the formation up and running. The restrictions elsewhere in the formation naturally won't be as powerful as the ones here, but no ordinary being would be able to pass through them. I'm also curious about how they managed to get all the way here," the blue-robed woman harumphed coldly in response. The root issue lies in the fact that this 6 Extremes Azure Lightning Formation is incomplete to begin with. Otherwise, there's no way we would have been oblivious to their arrival. It looks like we'll have to deal with some additional trouble now, the young woman sighed. These two were naturally none other than sacred ancestor Lan Pu and the Lu Ji clone. After deploying many of their subordinates through the nearby area, they finally managed to track down Bao Hua, then spent several days to set up this 6 Extremes Azure Lightning Formation. With their understanding of Bao Hua, they were able to lure her out of her hiding place and into this super formation. Not only was the 6 Extremes Azure Lightning Formation extremely powerful, it gave off virtually no energy fluctuations prior to being activated, so even with Bao Hua's immense powers, she had stumbled into it in a completely oblivious manner. This was why the duo had chosen this formation even though they were aware that it was incomplete. After that, Bao Hua was able to find the core of the formation, but in her current state, she was no longer able to use her profound heavenly floral tree. Even though she had summoned several other powerful treasures to defend herself, she was only just barely able to hold her own against Lan Pu and the Lu Ji clone. Hei Yi was also carrying severe injuries, but he had been forced into battle as well. In this dire situation, Han Li's group had also stumbled into this formation and ended up at the same place as Bao Hua and Hei Yi. Sacred ancestor Lan Pu chuckled coldly upon hearing this. What trouble could a mere late-body integration stage being posed to us? I could easily take care of. Who's that? He doesn't seem to be a living being, and his aura is slightly familiar. Lan Pu's gaze suddenly settled on Daoist Xia as she spoke, and a hint of surprise had crept into her eyes. Have you figured it out as well, Sister Lan? If I'm not mistaken, that fellow Daoist should be the sacred crab from the devilish origin sea, which means that he must be the fellow Daoist Han who's been wreaking havoc in our holy realm recently, Lu Ji said. Lan Pu's expression immediately changed slightly upon hearing this. Han Li had forged quite a resounding reputation for himself at this point, but he still wasn't a grand ascension stage being, so veteran sacred ancestors like Lan Pu didn't think much of him. However, the sacred crab was a faux immortal puppet that had remained in the devilish origin sea for countless years, and all sacred ancestors were extremely wary of it. It's truly an honor for me to meet the two of you here. However, I'm merely passing through this place, and I hope you can release us from this formation so we can be on our way, Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a calm salute. As for Daoist Xia, he completely disregarded the two women and remained seated in the flying carriage. Lu Ji and Lan Pu exchanged a glance upon seeing this, and they couldn't help but recall the rumors stating that the sacred crab had been tamed by Han Li. The two of them had been quite skeptical of this rumor, but it was clear that this Daoist Xia was currently following Han Li's lead, thereby lending credibility to the rumor. We're also quite surprised to see you here, fellow Daoist. We have no intention of attracting any further trouble, and seeing as you're just passing through, we'd be happy to let you go. What do you think, Sister Lan? Lu Ji said with a smile. Lan Pu glowered at Han Li for a while before finally gritting her teeth as she said in a resentful manner, if it weren't for fellow Daoists, yeah, I definitely wouldn't let this human brat leave this place alive. If you run into me again, consider your life forfeit. It was clear that Lan Pu was very reluctant to let Han Li leave, but they were preoccupied with their battle against Bao Hua, so she had no choice but to agree. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he heaved an internal sigh of relief. Thank you, seniors. Lan Pu harumphed coldly once again before pointing at one of the 6 azure flags before her, and the flag instantly swelled to over 100 feet tall as azure lightning began to surge over its surface. Open! Lan Pu yelled, and the giant flag shuddered as a thick bolt of azure lightning erupted out of the top of the flag amid a rumbling thunderclap. The bolt of lightning then transformed into a pavilion-sized azure rune over 1,000 feet up in the air, and the rune vanished into thin air in a flash, following which a hole that was around 10 feet in size appeared, revealing the blue sky outside. At the same time, the azure lightning in front of Han Li also parted to open up a safe path for him to pass through. Even though Lan Pu was very reluctant to let him go, once she made her decision, she acted upon it in a very quick and decisive manner. Han Li was naturally ecstatic to see this, and he immediately spurred on his flying carriage into the passageway that had been opened. However, right in this instant, Bao Hua suddenly opened her eyes and said something that made Han Li's expression change drastically. Fellow Daoist Han, are you still interested in finding the small spirit sky? If I were to perish here, I'm sure there wouldn't be a second person in the spirit realm or elder devil realm that can accurately track down the small spirit sky. Han Li's flying carriage drew to an abrupt halt upon hearing this, and he turned to scrutinize Bao Hua with an intense look in his eyes. How do you know I'm searching for the small spirit sky? Have you forgotten that the little girl by your side has stayed with me for a while? How could I not know about your interest in the small spirit sky? I don't know what you're searching for in that realm, but I'm sure it's extremely important to you, Bao Hua replied in an unhurried manner. Han Li turned toward Zhu Guo'er with furrowed brows upon hearing this, and Zhu Guo'er immediately began to panic as she hurriedly said, I don't know what she did to me, senior. I was unconscious the entire time I was with her. With her powers, it's a simple matter for her to glean your memories, so I have no intention of blaming you for anything, Han Li consoled with a shake of his head, then turned toward Bao Hua with a cold expression. How do I know you're telling the truth? You can expect me to lend you my assistance in such a dire situation without providing any evidence. Otherwise, I'd rather search for the small spirit sky on my own than take such a massive risk. After that, Han Li cast a glance toward Lan Pu and Lu Ji, and as expected, they were far from pleased by this sudden development. However, both of them knew that Han Li hadn't yet made a decision about whether he was going to help Bao Hua, so they didn't do anything rash and merely appraised the unfolding situation with dark expressions. Of course, I have some evidence that I can show you. Bao Hua's lips were moving, but she wasn't making any sounds. Instead, she was transmitting her voice directly toward Han Li. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this, following which spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted up ahead, and a ball of pink light emerged before flying directly toward him. He swept his spiritual sense toward the ball of light to find that it was carrying an item, and he raised a hand to draw the item into his grasp before focusing his gaze onto it. In doing so, he discovered that this was a short inky black stick that was giving off a faint golden luster. Han Li's mind quickly scrambled to identify the stick, but he was at a complete loss for what it could be. Ah, that's a piece of profound astral wood. Zhu Guo'er suddenly exclaimed at the sight of the short stick. You recognize this thing? Han Li asked. Yes, senior, Profound astral wood is a type of spirit wood that can only be found in our small spirit sky. It takes 100 years for it to grow half an inch, 1,000 years for it to grow a single leaf, and 10,000 years for it to flower. It's the most precious wood attribute tool refinement material in our small spirit sky, and it even has a nickname of divine wood. The largest piece I've ever seen is only a precise section. I've never seen or even heard of such a large piece of profound astral wood. Zhu Guo'er said with wide astonished eyes. Are you sure that this spirit wood can't be found outside of the small spirit sky? Alternatively, is it possible that you falsely identified it, and this is actually another type of material? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. According to the human seniors of our small spirit sky, profound astral wood is something that only came into existence by chance through crossbreeding of several types of spirit wood in our small spirit sky, so it definitely can't be found in any other realms. Many battles have been waged between our human race and other foreign races over this spirit wood, so there's no way I could mistaken it for something else, Zhu Guo'er said in an earnest manner. I see. Han Li turned his gaze back to the piece of spirit wood as a contemplative look appeared on his face. Right at this moment, Lu Ji finally interjected, fellow Daoist Han, we won't be keeping this passageway open for you for much longer if you don't leave. A hint of killing intent also flashed through Lan Pu's eyes. If you don't leave now, then you can stay here forever. At the same time, the giant azure flag before her emitted a faint buzzing sound, and the passageway began to tremor as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately said, "We're leaving." In the next instant, his flying carriage flew out of the passageway as a ball of light and quickly disappeared into the distance. Both Lan Pu and Lu Ji were ecstatic to see this, while Bao Hua's expression remained completely unchanged. Following Han Li's departure, Lan Pu pointed a finger at the giant flag up ahead, and the passageway that had been created collapsed amid a resounding boom. Thus, the entire world of lightning reverted back to its former state. Lu Ji turned to Bao Hua with a smile, and said, "Looks like you weren't able to tempt him, Sister Bao Hua. If I were in his place, I wouldn't be willing to take such a huge risk either. I'm sure you're beginning to run out of magic power, so why don't you allow us to send you on your way?" Her smile faded as she spoke, and she quickly laid a hand onto the silver Buddha statue before her. A vast expanse of silver light instantly erupted from the statue, and a silver projection that was around 100 feet tall emerged from the ground, then transformed into a giant silver Buddha. Meanwhile, Lan Pu opened her mouth to expel several balls of essential qi, all of which vanished into the 5 remaining azure flags. In the next instant, the 5 small flags also swelled to over 100 feet tall amid a rumbling thunderclap, and the flags transformed into 6 ferocious azure lightning WIRMs, each of which was as thick as a water tank, and they pounced directly toward Bao Hua in unison. Within the yellow light, the giant crocodile let loose an enraged roar, and the dozen or so black tentacles it had conjured up transformed into giant black pythons that clashed with the 6 azure lightning WIRMs. A string of resounding booms rang out, and the black pythons were instantly torn into shreds. The giant crocodile immediately let loose a howl of agony, and its body began to writhe frantically as the devilish qi billowing out of its mouth abruptly ceased. It was clear that Hei had been completely dominated during that clash. Without any further impediment in their paths, the 6 azure lightning WIRMs reached the ball of yellow light in a flash before pouncing down in unison. Bao Hua's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and she quickly swept her short truncheon through the air. A piercing screech rang out as yellow halos surged out of the truncheon in a frenzy. The oncoming azure lightning WIRMs were caught up in the yellow halos, and they immediately became extremely slow and sluggish. Lu Ji harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and she immediately made a hand seal, upon which the giant silver Buddha projection reached out a single hand. The hand somehow covered a distance of several thousand feet and appeared right above the ball of yellow light, then came crashing down like a small mountain. As it descended, a burst of fearsome power came crashing down along with it, and the ball of yellow light was quickly compressed into an oval shape. Within the ball of light, Bao Hua's hand shot forth like lightning as she swept her short truncheon up into the air. Her attack seemed to be quite gentle and feeble, but the short truncheon struck the center of the silver palm projection in a flash, following which the former exploded into a scintillating ball of light. Gusts of fierce yellow winds surged through the air in all directions, and the giant palm projection was instantly torn apart along with the azure lightning WIRMS, as well as the bolts and balls of azure lightning in the nearby area. Furthermore, the shock waves continued to proliferate outward with sustained formidable power. She detonated her essence-quaking truncheon. She really is getting desperate now. Both Lan Pu and Lu Ji were very alarmed to see this, and they instantly concealed themselves into the sea of mist behind them. However, they weren't overly panicked. In their eyes, Bao Hua wouldn't be able to escape from the 6 Extremes Azure Lightning formation even after detonating her treasure. Instead, she would only exhaust the last of her magic power, and after that, it would be an easy task for them to capture her. However, just as the two of them were planning to wait until the shockwaves from the explosion subsided, an earth-shattering boom suddenly rang out up above, and the entire sea of mist tremored as a terrifying aura came sweeping down from the heavens. Even with Lan Pu and Lu Ji's powers, they were extremely alarmed by this fearsome aura, and they immediately fled into the distance as streaks of light. Violent spatial fluctuations erupted above the sea of lightning, and a scintillating golden sun appeared before crashing down as a pair of thick pillars of light. The pillars of golden light instantly pierced through the spots where Lu Ji and Lan Pu had been standing just a moment ago, punching 2 massive white holes into space. A faint smile appeared on Bao Hua's face upon seeing this, and she mustered up what little remained of her magic power before sweeping a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of pink light that swept up both herself and the giant crocodile, upon which both of them instantly vanished on the spot. At the same time, the pink floral tree projection behind her also disappeared. In the air above the giant formation, Hanli was standing atop his flying carriage in an expressionless manner. Just over 100 feet away from him was a massive golden crab, and it was currently in the process of slowly closing its cavernous mouth, within which residual traces of golden light could still be seen. That fearsome attack had been unleashed by none other than Daoist Xia at Han Li's behest. 1. Just going to point out, in Chapter 2018 there was an origin quake mace mentioned and it's the same as the weapon here. It's changed now, but just wanted to mention this in case anyone else noticed. Zhu Guara was looking on with her mouth agape in shock, clearly not expecting Han Li to instruct the giant golden crab to attack the formation as soon as he left it. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he said, "Thank you for your help, Brother Xia. I wouldn't have been able to identify the weakest point of this formation and destroy it with a single attack on my own. If this were a complete 6 Extremes Azure Lightning formation or if I were in the formation, then I wouldn't have been able to do this either, but under these circumstances, it was quite an easy task. Just don't forget to issue me the foe immortal elixir for this," the giant golden crab said in a nonchalant manner. "Rest assured, Brother Xia, I definitely won't owe you any elixir," Han Li replied with a smile. "Regardless of how much elixir you can provide me with in the future, as soon as all of the elixir you've supplied me with to a certain point has been exhausted, I won't do your bidding any further unless you supply me with more," the golden crab said in a brusque manner. "Alright, seeing as you're unwilling to compromise, we'll stick to our original agreement, but the elixir I've issued to you thus far should be able to sustain you for some time," Han Li said with a wry smile. The giant golden crab was very intelligent, but as soon as the elixir was mentioned, it would immediately become completely unyielding and unwilling to compromise. On this occasion, the golden crab didn't say anything and merely looked down with a cold look in its eyes. The massive hole that had been blown into the formation was quickly sealing, and the sea of mist down below was beginning to become concealed again. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations erupted beside the flying carriage, and Bao Hua emerged amid a flash of pink light. Her face was pale, and as soon as she appeared, she took a glance at Han Li before immediately producing a small red vial, which she tipped a pill out of, then quickly swallowed. Before Han Li had a chance to say anything to her, the illusionary restriction down below completely vanished in a flash, revealing the sea of white mist in its entirety. Almost at the exact same moment, two enraged cries rang out from within the white mist in unison. Two humanoid figures, one golden and one blue, rose up into the air above the sea of mist, and they were naturally none other than Lu Ji and Lan Pu, both of whom were appraising Han Li with cold resentment in their eyes. "We were planning to let you off the hook, but it seems that you're determined to get yourself killed," Lu Ji said in a frosty voice as she tossed her silver Buddha statue up into the air. The statue instantly swelled to over 100 feet tall, and black devilish flames appeared all over its body before converging to form a black devilish beast that resembled both a cow and a horse. The devilish beast's entire body was comprised of black flames, and it had a pair of thick curled horns on its head. It had a long black mane around its neck, and it presented a very intimidating sight to behold. Meanwhile, Lan Pu didn't even bother to say anything to Han Li before rubbing her hands together, upon which wisps of blue light surged out of her body, forming a giant mountain of ice that was several thousand feet tall around her. At the same time, the giant blue turtle beneath her feet let loose a low roar, and its body rapidly expanded to a size that was comparable to that of the ice mountain. Crimson light flashed within its eyes, and it was releasing a fearsome late-body integration stage aura. A solemn look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he immediately transformed into a giant golden ape that was around 70 feet tall amid a flash of golden light. After that, he made a grabbing motion with both hands, and his pair of extreme mountains appeared in his grasp. At the same time, golden and green light flashed on either side of him as the Provenance golden body and immortal Zoisha spirit body emerged. After undergoing a complete transformation in the spirit cleansing pond, Han Li was confident that he would be able to take on a devilish matriarch clone with the assistance of his two clones. As for sacred ancestor Lan Pu, she would obviously be left to the golden crab. He wasn't expecting the giant crab to be able to kill a veteran sacred ancestor with ease, but it should at least be able to keep her occupied. A rumbling thunderclap erupted from the giant golden crab's body, and countless arcs of silver lightning instantly sprang forth. The crab then slammed two of its giant pincers together, and two balls of golden light appeared between them. Even though the balls of light weren't unleashed right away, the formidable power emanating from them was very alarming to Lan Pu and Lu Ji, and they couldn't help but falter in their attacks in a display of wariness. "Do you really want to battle me here? Regardless of the outcome of our battle, there won't be much of a chance that you'll be able to capture Senior Bao Hua," Han Li said. He cast a quick glance toward Bao Hua. He didn't know what type of pill that Bao Hua had just taken, but during this brief period of respite, a hint of color had returned to her cheeks, and her magic power fluctuations had also somewhat recovered. "Even if there's only a sliver of a chance, we can't afford to let it slip. If you don't want to perish in this battle that doesn't even concern you, you can still leave now, and we won't stop you. We can even get in touch with Yuan Yen and tell him to withdraw the immortal vanquishing order that he issued so you can return safely to the spirit realm. Otherwise, even if you can survive this battle, I'll be issuing an additional immortal vanquishing order against you," Lu Ji threatened. "I've already chosen to become involved, so I certainly won't back down now. As for the immortal vanquishing order, one has already been issued against me, so there's no reason to fear a second one," Han Li said in an indifferent voice. He had already decided to return to the spirit realm, so he naturally wasn't concerned about the threat that was being raised. With his current powers, even if he couldn't defeat the true body of a devilish patriarch, there was still a good chance that he would be able to ensure self-preservation. Alright, seeing as you're determined to meddle in this affair, I'm going to keep you here even if it means I have to sacrifice this clone. Sister Lawn, you face the golden crab for now. I'll unleash a secret technique to trap them here, and we can kill them once your clones arrive, Lu Ji said as a hint of killing intent flashed through her eyes. Alright, my clones and subordinates will get here in 10 minutes at most, Sacred Ancestor Lan Pu replied in a cold voice before raising her hands and slowly thrusting them toward the giant golden crab. The ice mountain around her instantly disintegrated into specks of blue light that vanished into thin air, but in the next instant, the specks of blue light appeared all around the giant golden crab before forming an ice mountain again to trap the crab within. Meanwhile, the huge blue turtle beneath Lan Pu's feet opened its mouth to expel a burst of white chi, which wound itself around the ice mountain like a rope several times in a flash, thereby further bolstering the mountain. Instead of directly facing the giant golden crab in battle, Sacred Ancestor Lan Pu was intending to merely temporarily trap it. Right at this moment, Lu Ji made a hand seal, and the giant silver Buddha before her thrust its hands toward both Han Li and Bao Hua. The black fiery devilish beast behind it opened its cavernous mouth, releasing a wall of black flames over 1,000 feet tall that swept directly up into the air. Bao Hua and Han Li were situated right under the black wall of flames, and Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this before preparing to toss his pair of extreme mountains up into the air. At the same time, the two clones beside him were also preparing for battle. However, right at this moment, Bao Hua suddenly heaved a forlorn sigh. As she did so, she raised a hand and gently blew out a ball of pink light. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the ball of light was comprised of countless runes, each of which was the size of a grain of rice. The ball of runes only rotated on the spot for a brief moment before exploding on its own, and countless runes began to dance through the surrounding air like pink flower petals, creating a spectacular sight to behold. A wisp of green light flashed at the very center, then blurred before transforming into a small green tree that was around a foot tall, and it quickly began to expand at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. Within the span of a single breath, it had grown to become a full-size tree, and its roots had fused as one with Bao Hua's hand. The tree's leaves were glowing with faint green light, and it could be seen that it was constantly absorbing magic power from within her body. At the same time, the tree suddenly blurred, and specks of pink light began to appear all over its branches, then instantly transformed into countless flower buds. A rich floral scent instantly wafted through the entire space, and the area within a radius of over 10,000 feet had been transformed into a sea of pink, as if it had become an individual world of its own. What was even more incredible was that the ice mountain, white chi, silver palms, and wall of fire were all instantly destroyed within the sea of pink light with a casual wave of Bao Hua's hand. Profound heavenly spirit domain. Lu Ji exclaimed as her heart immediately sank. So this is the profound heavenly spirit domain. It truly does possess unfathomable power. However, you currently shouldn't possess the ability to activate your profound heavenly floral tree. Could it be because of that pill you just took? Lan Pu asked as a hint of amazement flashed through her eyes. Indeed, the pill I just took is able to stimulate my potential to a certain extent, thereby allowing me to release the profound heavenly spirit domain again, Bao Hua replied in a calm voice. So what? In your current state, you'll only be able to unleash 1 or 2 more attacks with the profound heavenly spirit domain at most before it falls apart. Lu Ji said in a cold voice. Even a single attack will be enough. There's no way you'll be able to oppose fellow Daoist Xia and fellow Daoist Han after I severely wound you, Bao Hua said in a nonchalant manner. Quit bluffing, Sister Bao Hua. Do you really think I can't tell that you're already a spent force? If you really do unleash one final attack with this domain, not only will you exhaust all of your remaining magic power, the severity of your injuries will be exacerbated by several-fold. There's no way you'd be willing to do something like this. Don't forget that you're a member of our holy race. If you fall into the hands of that human brat in a completely powerless state, you know what's going to happen to you, Lu Ji said as a cold look flashed through her eyes. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained completely unchanged. I could say the same to you too. You've only sent a clone here, but don't forget that Lan Pu is here in her true body. If you force me to unleash this final attack, I'll be sure to direct its power toward Lan Pu, and there would at least be a 30% to 40% chance that you'll perish. Would you dare to make this gamble, fellow Daoist Lan? Bao Hua asked with a calm smile. Is that a threat? Lan Pu asked as her expression darkened drastically. Perhaps so. How will you respond to it? Will you risk being killed and attack me alongside Lu Ji's clone or settle this matter peacefully? Bao Hua continued. A hesitant look appeared on Lan Pu's face upon hearing this. Lu Ji's heart sank slightly at the sight of Lan Pu's expression, and she hurriedly interjected, Don't tell me you're actually being fooled by Bao Hua's bluff, Sister Lan. Setting aside whether she even has the power to unleash an attack with the profound heavenly spirit domain, even if she were capable of this, you and I will definitely be able to handle the attack together. With the intervention of the golden crab and that human brat, our chances of securing victory had already dropped to only around 50%. Now that Bao Hua has released her profound heavenly spirit domain, our chances have slipped even further to only around 10% to 20%. I don't think it's wise to gamble on such bad odds. If your true body were here, perhaps I would be willing to take a risk with you, but as things currently are. Lan Pu's voice trailed off here as she shook her head, but it was already quite clear what her intentions were. But if we let Bao Hua go, she'll come back for us once she recovers her powers, and you and I will both be in grave danger. Lu Ji urged. Our holy realm is currently in the midst of its tribulation, so who knows what things are going to be like in the future. On top of that, I'm not far away from my next heavenly tribulation. I'm not going to risk jeopardizing my chances of transcending that tribulation by taking a risk here, Lan Pu harumphed coldly in response. But if we can kill Bao Hua, you'll receive a copy of the profound heavenly spirit domain cultivation method and Bao Hua's lightning ward tag. You won't have to fear your future tribulation then. I understand what's at stake here, but it would be downright insane to take such a massive risk with such terrible odds. I've already made my decision and instructed my clones not to come here. If you still insist on battling them, then you can do it on your own. Bao Hua, release me from your profound heavenly spirit domain, Lan Pu said in a calm manner. Lu Ji's expression darkened even further upon hearing this. You've made a wise choice, fellow Daoist Lan, Bao Hua said as the tree in her hand shuddered slightly, and Lan Pu found her surroundings abruptly blur before she was teleported out of the profound heavenly spirit domain. After taking one last glance at Bao Hua and Han Li, as well as the Lu Ji clone, Lan Pu immediately turned and flew away as a streak of blue light without any hesitation. Lu Ji could see that the situation had become hopeless for her, and she gritted her teeth as she said, All right, I'll concede on this occasion. Let me out of your profound heavenly spirit domain, Bao Hua. You think I'd just let you leave? A hint of killing intent flashed through Bao Hua's eyes. Right at this moment, Han Li suddenly said, Let her go. Bao Hua was rather taken aback to hear this, but a thought then immediately occurred to her, and she smiled as she agreed, All right, she's just a clone anyway, seeing as you want to let her go, I'd be happy to oblige. After that, the tree that she was holding instantly vanished into her body as a ball of pink light, and the pink world around them also faded into nothingness. Lu Ji couldn't help but turn toward Han Li with a perplexed expression, clearly befuddled by Han Li's unexpected gesture. However, it would clearly be inadvisable for her to linger in this place for any longer, so she could only repress her curiosity and also fly away after giving Han Li a parting smile. Han Li and Bao Hua looked on as she departed, and the former heaved an internal sigh. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't have missed such an ideal opportunity to kill a sacred ancestor clone. In fact, he would have most likely joined in on the act. However, he didn't dare to do anything to this Lu Ji clone for the sake of Violet Spirit. If too many of Lu Ji's clones were to be destroyed, perhaps it wouldn't be long until Violet Spirit would have to fill in for one of them. As such, Hanli naturally wasn't going to take this risk, and he was also doing Lu Ji a favor here, which would hopefully make it easier for him to negotiate with her when he returned for Violet Spirit in the future. Let's go, Brother Xia. Those two may have retreated for now, but if they suddenly turn back, Senior Bao Hua won't be able to take a second heavenly soul pill, Hanli said. The giant golden crab nodded before reverting back into its human form amid countless bolts of silver lightning. After that, he immediately flew onto one corner of the flying carriage. You know of the heavenly soul pill? Bao Hua was rather taken aback to hear this. Of course I'm aware of it. I've tried to refine the pill for myself in the past, but I've been unable to find several of the ingredients required, so I could only give a pawn on it. However, I know of the effects of the pill. After nullifying all of the oncoming attacks with your profound heavenly spirit domain, you most likely wouldn't have been able to muster up a second attack, so you were only bluffing just now, right? Hanli chuckled. That heavenly soul pill was something that I stumbled upon by chance, not something that I refined. As for whether I possess the power to unleash a second attack, that's up to your imagination, Bao Hua replied in an indifferent manner before also flying onto Hanli's flying carriage and stood only several feet away from him. Hanli was quite startled by this, but he didn't take any evasive measures and merely spurred the flying carriage into motion. A day later, the flying carriage was hovering in the air above a lush forest, and Hanli was standing on the carriage, pondering something with a solemn expression. At this point, Bao Hua was already gone. Senior, is the information provided to you by Senior Bao Hua authentic? Will we be able to find an entrance to the small spirit sky using the method she provided? Zhu Guo'er asked in a careful manner. Following her ordeals in the Elder Devil realm, she was naturally feeling very homesick. The information is most likely genuine. I'm sure someone of her status wouldn't lie about something like this, Hanli replied with a reassuring smile. Zhu Guo'er was ecstatic to hear this, and a joyful smile appeared on her face. That's great. I'll be able to return home one day then. But Senior Han, are you really just going to let her go like this? Are you saying I should take her with me back to the spirit realm? Hanli asked as he raised an eyebrow. Zhu Guo'er shook her head as she replied, No, but in her current state, I'm sure you would have been able to kill her. Do you really think I didn't want to do that? I simply lack the confidence to do so. She was once a devilish matriarch, who knows if she has some life-saving trump cards up her sleeve. I have no interest in losing my life over something like this, Hanli said with a wry smile. The yellow figure also flew onto the boat, following which it flew away as a streak of white light, vanishing into the distance after just a few flashes. Less than half a day later, spatial fluctuations erupted atop the same hill, and 5 people emerged out of thin air, 2 of which were none other than Lan Pu and the Lu Ji clone. The 2 people beside Lan Pu bore a strong resemblance to her, and both of them were wearing robes of the same style, although one was red while the other was yellow. Behind Lu Ji stood a short dwarf-like man in a set of Daoist robes. He had a long goatee that was around half a foot in length, and a red wooden sword strapped to his back. As soon as the 5 of them emerged, Lan Pu swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a ball of white light, within which was a small white leopard. The leopard quickly flew around the mountain peak, sniffing around with its nose before flying back to Lan Pu and uttering a string of cries. So Bao Hua really was here. On top of that, there was someone else with her aside from that black crocodile, Lan Pu said in a solemn voice as she stowed the small leopard away. there was someone else. Could it be that the human brat came back to meet Bao Hua? Lu Ji asked as her expression darkened slightly. It's not him, my spirit detection leopard would have been able to identify his aura. Whoever it was, they used some type of secret technique to conceal their aura, but my spirit detection leopard was still able to sense a faint residual aura that's somewhat familiar, so it should be someone I've met before, Lan Pu replied. Someone you've seen before. That means they're most likely one of Bao Hua's past allies from our holy realm. In that case, it'll be quite troublesome to track her down, the short Taoist priest standing behind Lu Ji said in a concerned manner. Due to his short stature and long goatee, his appearance was rather comical, but everyone took him very seriously, and Lan Pu replied in an earnest manner, rest assured, fellow Taoist Fu, Bao Hua activated her profound heavenly spirit domain earlier, so she would have been taxed even further, and there's no way she'd be able to recover her powers in the near future. As long as she hasn't left our holy realm, it's not a matter of concern that she's hidden herself somewhere. She must currently be in hiding with the new person who's appeared, and the fact that her ally was able to arrive here so quickly indicates that they're most likely a high-grade devilish being in the nearby area. I should be able to track them down with an exhaustive search. Indeed, Sister Lan. Fellow Taoist Fu is my most trusted subordinate, and his powers are no lesser than those of this clone of mine. On top of that, you've brought along two of your most powerful clones as well, so there's no way Bao Hua will be able to escape from us again. This time, we have to make sure to hunt her down no matter what. Who do you plan on investigating first, Sister Lan? This is an extremely important matter, so I'd rather employ a guilty until proven innocent system rather than risk letting the culprit run free, Lu Ji said as a cold look appeared in her eyes. We'll naturally have to start with those who've had some ties to Bao Hua in the past. They'll be the prime suspects, Lan Pu immediately replied, having clearly already considered this subject. I'll have to trouble you to deploy more of your subordinates to temporarily shut down the teleportation formations in the important cities in this nearby area. Without any teleportation formations available, even if Bao Hua were to try and escape, she wouldn't be able to get very far, Lu Ji suggested. That's a good idea, I'll have it arranged right away. I have some connections with all of those who are in power in the nearby cities, and they should heed my call. Of course, if you were to apply pressure to them as a devilish matriarch, they would be even more inclined to follow our instructions, Lan Pu replied. That's not an issue, I'll enclose my own message with the messages that you'll be sending out to those cities, Lu Ji immediately agreed. Alright, then let's set everything into motion right away. There's a devilish lord residing near this area who's a very prominent suspect. We'll begin our investigation with him. Hopefully, we'll find Bao Hua in his cave abode, Lan Pu said as a frosty tone crept into her voice. After that, she swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of blue light, and all five of them vanished on the spot. Half a year passed by in the blink of an eye. On an undulating mountain range situated in a secluded region of the Elder Devil Realm, there was a mountain that was surrounded by walls that were over 1,000 feet tall. This was a stronghold that spanned an area in excess of 5 kilometers, and resembled a small city. Standing atop the walls were groups of armed patrols, and judging from the lights of different colors flashing around the stronghold, it was clear that many formations and restrictions had been set up within it. High up above the stronghold was a vast expanse of black devilish clouds, from within which astonishing energy fluctuations were being released. Zhu Guo'er was situated on a small mountain close to 100 kilometers away, staring into a copper mirror before her in a stunned manner. Has there been some type of mistake, Senior Han? Didn't you say that this node would only be loosely guarded? The image on the surface of the copper mirror depicted none other than the giant stronghold, as well as the area around it. Han Li was also appraising the copper mirror, and he said, "That is indeed rather strange. According to the Long family patriarch, this passageway shouldn't be one that's heavily guarded. Either he was lying from the very beginning or something happened to make the devilish beings take this place more seriously. If you ask me, I believe the latter to be more likely. How are you so sure, Senior Han? Zhu Guo'er asked in a curious manner. Meanwhile, Daoist Xia was standing off to the side with his hands clasped behind his back. Even from such a long distance away, he was casting an intrigued gaze toward the stronghold as if it were situated right before his eyes. It's quite simple, the walls around the stronghold are very tall, but judging from the state of the bricks, they were only constructed within the past 20 years, by which time we had already entered the Elder Devil realm, so this shouldn't be a trap laid by the Long family patriarch, Hanli replied. I see, I didn't notice that. In that case, should we search for another passageway? Zhu Guo'er asked in a concerned manner. There's no need for that. Even the nearest spatial passageway to this one is several months away, and many mishaps could happen during that time. Generally speaking, even these massive strongholds will only be guarded by several devilish lords at most, and that won't be enough to stop us. The only matter of concern is the formation set up near the stronghold. If we were to be delayed by them, then it wouldn't be very easy to escape, Hanli said with furrowed brows. Back when he had first entered the Elder Devil realm, he had 9 other body integration stage beings with him, which was why they had been able to eradicate the restrictions in an instant to force their way into the passageway. However, he was now the only one left, and this stronghold was far more massive than the one they had infiltrated in the past, so the formation set up here naturally had to be more powerful as well. The concern on Zhu Guo'er's face became even more pronounced upon hearing this, but she naturally didn't have any good ideas either. Right at this moment, Daoist Xia suddenly said, if you think these formations are rather troublesome, I have a secret technique that can help you instantly eradicate all of them. Is that true? I would be truly grateful to you, Brother Shi. Hanli was ecstatic to hear this. There's no need to thank me. In order to unleash this secret technique, I'll have to use up close to half of the elixir you issued to me, so think about whether you'd like me to go ahead, Daoist Xia replied in an expressionless manner. Hanli faltered slightly upon hearing this before immediately replying, that's not an issue. All I want is to be able to return safely to the spirit realm. With that mysterious small vial at his disposal, he naturally wasn't concerned about this. In that case, I'm ready when you are. Also, it's extremely taxing for me to use this ability, so my cultivation base will plummet significantly for a certain period of time after I use it. If we were to encounter any powerful enemies, I'd only be able to ensure self-preservation, so I won't be able to assist you much, Daoist Xia replied. Hanli's heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and he carefully pondered the situation before reaffirming his own decision. I'm capable of taking care of normal high-grade devilish beings on my own, and it's not easy to run into Grand Ascension stage sacred ancestors. Daoist Xia merely nodded in response and remained silent. Thus, they began to carefully formulate a specific plan for how they were going to execute the infiltration. Night finally arrived, and a series of balls of white light appeared on the walls of the stronghold to illuminate the darkness. Hanli was seated on the ground, and after ascertaining that not much had changed in the fortress compared to daytime using his spiritual sense, he stood up and sprang into action. Daoist Xia swept a sleeve through the air to release a vast expanse of silver light, which swept up Hanli and Zhu Guo'er, and the trio instantly vanished into thin air. A short while later, Hanli's trio reappeared amid a flash of silver light in the air close to 10 kilometers away from the stronghold, and as soon as Hanli emerged, he raised a hand to summon the gray flying carriage again. Zhu Guo'er immediately flew onto the carriage in an obedient manner, while Daoist Xia sat down in mid-air with his legs crossed. He made a grabbing motion, and 2 arrows appeared in his hand, 1 golden and 1 silver. The pair of arrows then began to rapidly revolve, transforming into a pair of balls of light. At the same time, Dao Xie's aura was almost completely concealed, and countless dark green spirit patterns appeared all over his entire body, creating a very peculiar sight to behold. Bursts of Buddhist chants rang out from within the two balls of light formed by the arrows, and wisps of golden and silver light were quickly released before converging above his head. A golden and silver ball of light with a diameter of around 10 feet quickly appeared, and it continued to expand rapidly. The devilish guards on the walls of the stronghold had naturally discovered them right away, and the alarm was immediately raised while a group of around 40 devilish guards began to fly directly over to Hanli. Hanli merely remained on the spot in a completely still manner, displaying no intention to stop the approaching guards. Moments later, the group of devilish guards arrived, and their leader yelled from afar, "Who are you? Don't you know that this is a restricted area where loitering is prohibited?" Restricted area. My apologies, but not only are we going to loiter here, we're planning to take a look inside as well, Hanli replied with a nonchalant smile. What? How dare you? Hold on, what is that man doing? Wait, your cultivation base is... The leader of the guards was initially furious upon hearing this, but his fury quickly gave way to shock as he swept his spiritual sense toward Hanli and Dao Xie. However, before he had a chance to do anything, Dao Xie's body shuddered slightly, and the two arrows before him instantly vanished into thin air, while the huge ball of light above him exploded amid a resounding boom. Countless specks of golden and silver light were released in the wake of the explosion, and they were all possessed golden and silver runes. The runes swept through the air like a torrential downpour, illuminating the entire sky as it hurtled directly toward the stronghold. The devilish guards up ahead were the first to be struck by the storm of runes, and all of them were instantly destroyed amid howls of anguish. A series of formations appeared around the stronghold in unison in the face of this storm of runes, and lights of different colors surged through the air alongside violent energy fluctuations. However, the golden and silver runes were able to easily pierce through the restrictions, and within the span of just a few breaths, all of the restrictions were in tatters. After releasing the ball of golden and silver light, Dao Xie's face paled significantly, and his aura plummeted straight out of the grand ascension stage. "Let's go!" Hanli immediately yelled as he entered the flying carriage, followed closely by Dao Xie. Hanli then took a deep breath, and he mustered up all of the magic power within his body before injecting it into the flying carriage underfoot. The carriage shuddered slightly before screeching through the air as a streak of azure light, flying so quickly that only a faint azure shadow could be seen flashing through the night sky. The remnants of the restriction around the stronghold were clearly unable to stop the flying carriage, and it quickly flew into the stronghold before hurtling toward the devilish cloud up above. The entire stronghold had been plunged into complete turmoil at this point, and countless armored devilish beings rose up into the air. However, most of them were unable to even detect the presence of Hanli and the others, and only the deity transformation stage and spatial tempering stage high-grade devilish beings were able to discover the flying carriage. All of them immediately tried to intercept the carriage, but there was no way they'd be able to catch up to it with their speed. Right at this moment, several particularly powerful auras emerged from within the stronghold, and a ball of green flames, a gust of black wind, and a streak of crimson light shot forth in unison. It was clear that the devilish lords in the stronghold had finally become involved. However, Hanli paid no heed to this and continued to fly toward the black devilish cloud up above, then immediately rubbed his hands together before raising them up into the air. Countless balls of golden light erupted out of his palms amid a string of rumbling thunderclaps, then instantly disappeared into the cloud. In the next instant, an earth-shattering boom erupted within the cloud, accompanied by flashes of countless arcs of lightning. The devilish cloud was no match for the golden lightning, and a massive area of empty space was instantly blasted into it. Thus, the flying carriage was able to instantly fly into the spatial passageway without any further impediment. After that, 5-colored light flashed within the passageway alongside a burst of spatial fluctuations, and the flying carriage was nowhere to be seen. Only then did a pair of humanoid figures hurriedly fly out of the black cloud. The two of them quickly flew over to the entrance of the spatial passageway and peered into its depths with panicked expressions. One of the devils was a handsome purple-robed young man with a horn on his head, while the other was a white-armored, dark-skinned devilish being with fiery red hair. "What do we do?" "We let them get away." "They're not going to run into each other, are they?" the dark-skinned devilish being asked in a frantic voice. "Surely there wouldn't be that much of a coincidence. They only said that they'd be returning from the spirit realm today, but didn't give an exact time," the other devilish being said with a calm expression that was clearly slightly forced. "I certainly hope they don't run into one another. In any case, we're definitely going to get punished for this." "Who the hell was that? Aren't they afraid of drawing the ire of the sacred ancestor by forcing their way into the spatial passageway?" the dark-skinned devilish being said with a resentful expression. "That man possessed unfathomable powers and was able to easily nullify our attacks, so he's definitely not a normal devilish lord, but he doesn't seem to be a sacred ancestor either," the purple-robed devilish being remarked. "He's definitely not a sacred ancestor. He is indeed very powerful, but he's still far from reaching that level. Besides, if he really were a sacred ancestor, he would have simply revealed his identity to be granted passage," the dark-skinned devilish being replied as he shook his head vigorously. "But if he's not a sacred ancestor, then how is it possible that we haven't heard of such a powerful devilish lord before? Perhaps we should ask the others to see if they were able to identify him," the purple-robed devilish being said with furrowed brows. "Even we were unable to determine his identity. Those useless fools most likely weren't even able to see what he looked like, so there's no way they'll be of any help to us," the dark-skinned devilish being said in a disdainful manner as he looked down at the several streaks of light that were approaching them. "In any case, it can't hurt to ask. Perhaps we'll be able to gather some leads," the purple-robed devilish being countered. Shortly thereafter, the streaks of light arrived on the scene, revealing a group of devilish lords, all of whom immediately extended respectful salutes toward the pair of devils. The dark-skinned devilish being wasted no time as he instantly swept a hand through the air, conjuring up projections that bore the appearances of Han Li's trio. "Do any of you know who these people are?" he asked in a cold voice. The group of devilish lords looked carefully at the projections being presented, then exchanged a few helpless glances before a thin and gaunt man finally stepped forward with a careful expression. "According to our knowledge, it's very likely that those were powerful beings from the spirit realm's human race." "The human race?" The dark-skinned devilish being faltered slightly upon hearing this, as did the purple-robed devilish man. "Indeed. The two of you have constantly been in seclusion ever since you were assigned to this place, so it's no surprise that you're unaware of the recent events that have unfolded. Almost our entire holy realm has been made aware of this human cultivator, and there are even rumors of sacred ancestors being defeated by him," a devilish woman hurriedly explained. Expressions of incredulity immediately appeared on the faces of the two devils upon hearing this. "Is that so? Give us more details on this." "Several years ago." Thus, the thin and gaunt devilish lord immediately began to recount Han Li's recent exploits, and the two devils listened with rapt focus. Within the spatial passageway, the flying carriage had been enveloped within a series of light barriers, and was quickly racing through the darkness. Han Li stood at the front of the flying carriage, having already returned to his human form, and his expression had eased significantly. In several hours, they'd arrive back in the spirit realm. Even though they were going to arrive in the Wood Tribe territory, he was still very excited at the prospect of returning home. Time slowly passed by, and the flying carriage continued onward without encountering any impediment. Just as Han Li was estimating that most of the journey had been completed, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted up ahead, and a massive war ark that was over 1,000 feet in length emerged before hurtling directly toward them. Hanli was naturally very alarmed by this, and a cautious look immediately appeared on his face. Generally speaking, one would refrain from initiating a battle in a spatial passageway in fear of triggering violent spatial storms, but if the people on the ark were to completely disregard that and attack him nonetheless, then he would naturally have to retaliate. Judging from the aura and size of the giant ark, its owner was most likely not just some ordinary devilish lord, so he had to be very careful. The flying carriage and giant ark were both traveling extremely quickly, and within the span of a single breath, they had reached one another. On the giant black ark stood countless silver-armored devilish guards, all of whom were at least at the deity transformation stage, and there were even several body integration stage devilish lords among them. All of the devilish guards were appraising Hanli with bewildered expressions, clearly wondering why Hanli's group had appeared here. According to the original plan, they were supposed to be the only ones who had access to the spatial passageway for the entire day. Right as the two flying treasures were about to pass by one another, an elderly voice suddenly rang out from the cabin of the giant ark. I didn't think that I would encounter a few spirit realm rats here. Why don't you return with me to our holy realm? As soon as the voice trailed off, a burst of astonishing killing intent surged out of the cabin, immediately following which a white spatial rift appeared right above the flying carriage. A giant white bone claw that was several tens of feet in size emerged from within the rift before grabbing downward with devastating force. Bursts of gray baleful chi swept forth from the tips of the 5 claws, and the outermost light barrier around the flying carriage was instantly shattered by the gray chi. Hanli's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately let loose a low roar before transforming into a giant golden ape once again amid a flash of golden light. He then swung his massive furry fists upward, and a pair of golden fist projections emerged in a flash. A loud rumbling boom rang out as the gray baleful chi clashed with the fist projections, and the former was instantly eradicated, while the fist projections also shrank down significantly. A cold light flashed through Daoist's eyes, and he opened his mouth to expel a pillar of golden light, which struck the center of the white bone claw almost at the exact same moment as the fist projections did. A dull thump rang out, and the golden light exploded beneath the bone claw, forming a giant ball of light that resembled a scintillating golden sun. The giant bone claw was imbued with incredible power, but it was stopped in its tracks by the explosion of golden light. At the same time, the entire nearby space began to buzz loudly, and there were some parts of the passageway that were beginning to twist and warp. All of the devilish guards on the giant ark were horrified to see this. If the spatial passageway were to collapse, none of them would be able to escape. Right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out from within the cabin of the giant ark, and the bone claw closed its fingers around the ball of golden light down below. The ball of light was instantly snuffed out as a result, and Hanli couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing this. However, during this brief moment of respite, his flying carriage had managed to pass by the giant ark before suddenly vanishing on the spot. In the next instant, it appeared over 1,000 feet ahead of where it had been just an instant ago, and it continued onward as a ball of azure light. The giant bone claw also shattered amid a dull thump, and all of the devilish guards were left at a loss for what to do. A short while later, the same elderly voice rang out again from within the cabin. "Leave them be and keep going." "Yes, master." All of the devilish guards immediately sprang into action, and the giant ark accelerated significantly as it hurtled toward the exit of the spatial passageway. Within the cabin of the giant ark, a young devilish boy who appeared to be around 12 years of age asked, "Are we just going to let them go, Master Tun Tian? How about we send some people after them?" His question was directed toward a white-haired elderly man who was lounging on a taisha chair, and the elderly man replied, "I have more important things to attend to, so I'll let them go. No one else will be able to capture them aside from myself." Are they really that powerful? You didn't even use much of your true power just now, the young boy exclaimed. The elderly man seemed to be quite fond of the young boy, and he replied with a doting smile, "Hee, that is indeed true, but those two brats didn't use their full power either. If a battle had been initiated, I wouldn't have been able to take them down in a short time. I didn't think they were that powerful," the young boy said with a hint of lingering shock in his eyes. "No weakling would be able to infiltrate our holy realm, then force their way back through a spatial passageway. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't use too much power in this passageway, I definitely wouldn't have let them get away," the elderly man said as a cold look flashed through his eyes. "Of course. Outside of the passageway, those spirit realm beings would have had no choice but to surrender to you," the young boy hurriedly flattered. The elderly man chuckled in response as he stroked his long beard, seemingly very pleased by the young boy's flattery. However, in reality, he was actually feeling rather perplexed as he felt like he had seen the young man on the flying carriage who had unleashed that burst of golden light somewhere before, but he was unable to identify him. In the end, he decided that he would investigate the matter once he returned to the Elder Devil realm. In his mind, seeing as this wasn't even someone that he could immediately identify, he couldn't be an overly important figure. Around 8 hours later, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted on the other side of the spatial passageway, following which a flying carriage that was enveloped within a ball of azure light abruptly shot forth. There were several devilish guards outside the passageway, as well as 3 giant pyramids down below positioned in a triangular formation, and the nearby patrols were all extremely startled by this as they quickly converged toward the flying carriage. At the same time, a series of stone doors of different sizes opened up on the sides of the huge pyramids, and many devilish beings began to emerge from within them. However, the flying carriage was far faster than they had imagined, and only after it had completely vanished into the distance did several devilish lords fly out of the devilish pyramids in an enraged manner. Hanli was standing at the front of the flying carriage, and he looked around at the lush forest of giant trees down below as he murmured to himself, "This is indeed Wood Tribe territory. I visited the Wood Tribe many years ago, and the environment here is very unique, so there's no mistaking it." Meanwhile, Zhu Guo was looking around in an excited manner. "So this is the spirit realm. The spiritual qi here really is far more abundant than in our small spirit sky." There were many humans in the small spirit sky who were originally from the spirit realm, and all of them told tales of what a wonderful place the spirit realm was. Hanli withdrew his gaze as he shook his head, and said, "The spirit realm is indeed a very good place, but our human race isn't very powerful here and is in a very perilous situation, so it's not as good here as you think. In any case, the spirit realm is definitely a better place to cultivate than our small spirit sky. By the way, Senior, when are you planning to travel to the small spirit sky? Make sure to take me along with you," Zhu Guo said with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll definitely take you with me. I don't know anything about the small spirit sky, so I'll be requiring a guide," Hanli replied. Zhu Guo was ecstatic to hear this. "You have my gratitude in advance then, Senior." Hanli merely nodded in response before falling silent. He was spurring on the flying carriage to travel at its maximal speed, so he wasn't concerned about being chased down by any pursuers. However, after flying for around half a day, Hanli's expression had gradually become grimmer and grimmer. They were indeed flying over one lush forest after another, but some of the trees in the forests were dark green in color, creating a stark contrast with the other exuberant green trees. As the flying carriage flew further and further, these dark green trees began to appear with increasing regularity, to the point that close to half of the trees that they encountered were of this color. On top of that, a faint black mist had begun to permeate throughout the forests, and even though it was extremely thin, it was still very unsettling to behold. Even Zhu Guo's expression had gradually transitioned from excitement to concern upon seeing this. After flying for a while longer, she finally couldn't help but ask, Senior Han, these trees seem to be very similar to the plants of the Elder Devil realm, and this mist appears to contain devilish chi as well. What's happening here? I'm not too sure, but the devilish beings are most likely behind this. What's even stranger is that we still haven't encountered a single Wood Tribe being even after flying for this long. The Wood Tribe isn't as powerful as our human race, but it's certainly nothing to be scoffed at, Han Li replied with a grim expression. Could it be that all of the Wood Tribe beings have already been wiped out by the devilish army? Zhu Guo'er asked in a concerned manner. There's no way that could be the case. The Wood Tribe has a population of billions, and there's no lack of body integration stage beings among them. There's no way the devilish army would have been able to wipe them out so quickly. On top of that, the Wood Tribe is part of an alliance with several other races, including our human race. The other members of the alliance wouldn't just watch the Wood Tribe fall. I'm guessing the Wood Tribe beings here have most likely vacated the area after the devilish army gained the upper hand here, Han Li replied. Zhu Guo'er felt this to be quite a reasonable assumption, and she nodded in response. You're right, Senior, we should begin to start seeing Wood Tribe beings once we get further away from the spatial passageway. Han Li offered no reply to this. 3 days later, the flying carriage had stopped in the air above a boundless forest, and there were 8 high-grade devilish beings standing over 1,000 feet away. These devilish beings each had a pair of fleshy green wings and crimson eyes, creating a very menacing sight to behold. Behind them was a flock of around 600 two-headed devilish birds, each of which was around 10 feet in size with a single black horn on each of their heads. What number are we up to? Han Li asked in an expressionless manner. This is the 7th wave, Senior, Zhu Guo'er replied. It seems that the high-grade devilish beings overseeing this place still haven't learned their lesson. After I get rid of this group, they should stop bothering us for some time, Han Li said in a cold voice. Immediately thereafter, he swept his sleeves through the air, releasing 72 miniature azure swords amid a flash of azure light. Han Li made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the small swords, and they quickly began to multiply until thousands of small flying swords had filled the entire sky. The high-grade devilish beings up ahead were quite alarmed to see this, but they displayed no intention to retreat as they all summoned their weapons, then flew directly toward the flying carriage as gusts of black winds. All of the devilish birds behind them also let loose extremely unpleasant squawks as they flapped their wings and followed closely behind the high-grade devilish beings. A cold look flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and all of the small azure swords instantly transformed into sword projections that were around 10 feet in length each at his behest. All of the sword projections surged through the air, quickly inundating the high-grade devilish beings and two-headed devilish birds. Agonized howls rang out incessantly as blood and dismembered limbs rained down from the heavens, and all of the devilish beings and devilish birds were instantly slain. Only then did Han Li sweep his sleeve through the air again to withdraw all of his azure swords. At this point, there was no longer even a single living devilish being in sight. The flying carriage immediately continued onward as a ball of azure light at Han Li's behest, and just as he had anticipated, no more devilish beings appeared to intercept them thereafter. However, there was still no end in sight to the dark green trees that appeared down below, and it seemed that they had spread over the entire Wood Tribe territory. What was even more unsettling to Han Li was that they were still yet to encounter a single Wood Tribe being. It was as if the entire Wood Tribe really had been eradicated. A month later, as the flying carriage was traveling over a certain valley, Han Li finally discovered a small Wood Tribe settlement that was being attacked by over 1,000 devilish beings. This settlement was comprised of over 10,000 Wood Tribe beings, but only around 2,000 of them were fit for battle, and they were being completely dominated by the devilish beings. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and they quickly slew all of the devilish beings without any hesitation before revealing himself to be a human. From the elder settlement, he finally learned what had happened in the Wood tribe during the past few decades. It turned out that after several fierce battles, an impasse had been reached between the devilish army and the spirit realm races. However, 5 years ago, the devilish beings suddenly diverted their forces away from the human and demon territories, unleashing a surprise attack on the Wood tribe instead. In the face of their ferocious assault, the Wood tribe army was quickly forced onto the back foot. Due to how abruptly everything had happened, the allies of the Wood tribe were unable to assist them in time, and in an act of desperation, the Grand Elder of the Wood tribe emerged from seclusion to face the enemy. However, as soon as he appeared on the front lines, he was immediately ambushed by 3 sacred ancestors who had concealed themselves on the battlefield in advance. The 3 sacred ancestors weren't of the same caliber as the likes of Yuan Yen, Lu Ji, and Nye Pan, but they weren't just some clones either, so the Wood tribe Grand Elder was quickly severely wounded and almost killed. In that dire situation, the Grand Elder summoned a holy tree that the Wood tribe had been worshipping for countless years, and only by drawing upon the power of that tree was he just barely able to escape with his life. However, his powers had been severely diminished, and he wasn't even comparable to a Grand Ascension stage being anymore. Having lost its most powerful backer, the Wood tribe's morale completely plummeted, and in the short span of just a single year, it had lost most of its territory to the devilish army. At that point, ally reinforcements finally arrived, but under the looming threat of the 3 sacred ancestors, the Wood tribe was only able to hold on to its remaining territory without being able to reclaim any of its old territory. Prior to this, all of the remaining Wood tribe settlements had already retreated to areas under the protection of the ally races, but there were inevitably some settlements who received the news too late or acted too slowly and were caught in the territory that had been conquered by the devilish army. This settlement was one of them, and they could only pray that they could weather the storm by hiding in this secluded area. However, during the past few years, most of these settlements had already been wiped out by the devilish army, which was why Hanli hadn't encountered any Wood tribe beings prior to this. The settlement that had just been saved was only a small portion of a large Wood tribe settlement that had been discovered and forced to split up for survival. Even so, this group of Wood tribe beings had still been discovered by the devilish army, and if Hanli hadn't intervened, they would have all been killed or enslaved. Senior, I've answered all of the questions you have for me. Would you be able to protect us until we can return to a safe area? The elder of the settlement implored with a hint of desperation in his eyes. Hanli looked at the Wood tribe beings to find that 2/3 of them were women, elderly, or children, and he sighed, I can take you with me, but I must tell you that I've already killed many waves of devilish beings on the way here, so the devilish army has most likely already set their sights on me. It'll only be a matter of time before high-grade devilish beings come after me, and when that time comes, you may be plunged into even more danger as I won't be able to protect all of you once a battle ensues. I see. In that case, we'll make do on our own, but if you can, please inform our allies seniors of our situation so they can come and save us as soon as possible. We would all be eternally grateful to you, senior. A disappointed look appeared on the elder's face upon seeing this, but he then extended a deep bow toward Hanli. I'll be sure to do that. However, I'm unfamiliar with the current distribution of the devilish army. Would you happen to have a map or some relevant information? Hanli asked. We've been in hiding all this time, but we have managed to gather some information. It's just that it's very rough and by no means comprehensive, the elder replied. That should be enough, Hanli said with a smile. After that, he received a map from the elder before continuing on his journey. The Wood tribe beings naturally didn't dare to linger in the valley any longer, and they all fled the scene as well. Around half a month later, Hanli was flying over a green lake when all of a sudden, a massive green hand emerged from the lake like lightning before instantly grabbing onto the flying carriage, crushing it into pieces as it burst into green flames. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.